Alright, hi guys, welcome to part 2 of the Dota 2 Dawn of War tier list. So without further ado, let's look at today we'll be looking at A tier list and S tier list. So let's start looking at the first hero here, Abaddon. Right, so here we have Abaddon. Abaddon is one of the best tanks in the game. With his ability, especially his ultimate, you see that you can actually, this duration is 6 seconds, you can actually delay the opponent for a really long time. So normal item build for Abaddon would be Agani BKB Refresher, Aeon. So with this, your duration for a borrow time is actually pretty long, and the AI would actually activate your borrow time, and then you refresh and you reactivate your BKB AODs and borrow time again. So this would be a 10 to 20 seconds worth of delay your opponent. Yeah, this will actually help to keep your opponent safe, your teammates safe. They will actually have to use an assassin manner to get to your backlines. So Abaddon is actually a very sturdy frontline hero. Any neutral item is okay as long as it boosts the tankiness. These 4 items would actually do. Some people like to do Abaddon as a support. Do a follow medal and you can cast an Aphotic Shield on your teammate and cast a Death Miss on your Miss Coil on your teammate as well. But I find him playing as a support still alright, but not the best. Definitely there'll be better choices there. So yeah, not much to say about Abaddon. The reason why it's not S tier is because if you are broken by some spells like Nether Toxin or Shadow Demon's ulti, there's a chance that your borrow time may not activate. So you gotta be careful of that. Yeah. Other than that, all around a very solid tank. Yeah, moving on. Alright, the next hero we have on the list is Brewmaster. So you'll be asking, why are there so many differentiations between tanks such as Wraith King, Abaddon, and Brewmaster? How do I decide which tanks to choose? Now let me make this simple for you. If you are playing, if your opponent have a lot of heroes, right, that have spells that you want to bait out, such as Winter Wyvern's ultimate or Fiend's Grip or something like that, you mainly single target spells, then you would probably want to go with a hero that actually can bait it out, such as Abaddon or Wraith King. But when you're playing Brewmaster, when you cast your Brew Split, it is not considered a hero. So this is a good and a bad thing. And the good thing is that they will not cast spells on your Brewlings. So they would, if your opponents are playing many spellcasters attack free build, they will just be right clicking your Brewmaster. Yeah, so the Brewmaster will be able to tank for quite a long time. But on the flip side, they won't cast spells, which means that spells will not be baited, and spells will actually be casted onto your backline heroes. So you gotta take note of that. When you split, you will actually be you will also actually be having the aura effects. So let's say I have Lux, Curious, and Radiance. So when I split, you can see that it actually has the Radiance effect for the pandas as well. Or for the main pandas, I think. Yeah, I can't remember which panda is it, but yeah, you see it has the Bloods and the Sword Curious effect. So panda, you can use panda, this Brewmaster, as an aura carrier to hold auras, which is really very good. And yeah, the bad thing about Brewmaster is that it falls off very quickly because Brewling's HP is fixed, so it doesn't scale. So once your opponent has enough damage, they might be able to burst down your Brewmaster really quickly. Yeah, so you just gotta be careful of that. So for Brewmaster's core item, you can actually just go for Aghanim, Aeondis, BKB, and Refresher. So that's about it. And anything more is luxury. You use your own judgment to see what items you need. Yeah, and you will probably want to disable the Thunderclap so that he will not be casting, because I find that the cast point is too long and the time it takes to cast it, sometimes he might not cast his ulti. Yeah, moving on. Next hero we have is Elder Titan. Elder Titan is a really solid support, and you will normally want to play him as an attack free hero, but you don't want him to be your first 6 heroes because his ultimate, while it deals a lot of damage, it deals, look at this, it deals magical damage, but max HP as damage, which means that 50% damage. So effectively, if you're casting ulti twice, you will be able to kill your opponent already. See that's very close to dead, but because there is magic resistance, so you can actually boost up the damage by using a Veil or even a Bloodstone. You can see that the max HP as damage is actually amplified. You see the Necro is now dead. Yeah, so you can go for a Spell M on Elder Titan. The core items would be Tusk and Agony Scepter, and then you can go for an attack free medal. So something like this. Probably an A on this. Yeah, so you can use him as a support, just like that. Some people play him as a carry. You can try him out, but that's not his best position. Yeah, support is where he actually shines the best. And take him out later in the game because he provides control, and when the opponents have really high HP, that's when his ulti you're actually maximizing his ulti usage. Alright, Night Stalker can be considered as a semi-tank, semi-carry. Early game you can use him as a tank because in Dawn of War he has really good talents. The talents give him 50% evasion and armor, so he's really hard to kill. And the good thing about him is he has this AoE silence. So if the opponents are playing multiple spellcasters, go for Dagger. Yeah, you can just go for all these items and then you can just put an Assassin Medal. So what this will do is that the Assassin Medal is a range hero. Cast this ulti, they will all get silenced. Yeah, you can actually almost command silence the opponent. So you're actually forcing by BKB, which is very costly for supports. Yeah. Mid game you can transition him to a carry as well, so that's up to you.
Not this again.
Head now.
Alright, so this is one of everybody's favorite hero, Pudge. Pudge, if you are really lucky to get early, you get a lot of stacks. Pudge will scale really well into the late game. He's one of the best scaling heroes, I think even better than Slark because he deals damage based on his HP. So normally for him, you want to get tank items. Yeah, you can go for something like that. And then Assassin Medal, the opponent's carry. Lateral Blade with multiple flagship stacks is going to hurt a lot. The problem is with him is that it's really hard for him to jump early game because he does not do much damage himself and it's hard to get stacks. You actually need a giant swing for him to be effective late game. Without a giant swing, he just doesn't have enough damage. And if you are going to build Pudge, you need to give him items, if not he's going to be wasting a slot on your lineup. Yeah, so he's more like an all in or nothing kind of hero. But if you're able to feed him well early game, he's going to reward you late game, as he's really strong. Yeah. Yeah, so this would probably be his full build. Alright, Timbersaw. So Timbersaw is one of my favorite jumpers because early game he deals a lot of damage. His damage are mainly pure damage. Pure. They're all pure damage. So it works really well. It ignores armor and magic resistance. And he deals really well against physical carries because the more you hit him, the more his reactive armor stacks, right? So it's hard to take him down actually. Yeah. Counters for Timbersaw would be magic damage because when they do magic damage, his reactive armor doesn't actually save him. So when his BKB ends, he's going to be able to get bursted down by magic or actually pure damage. So you need to be careful of that. You either have multiple jumpers to actually distract them so that they will not actually be able to focus down on your Timbersaw. So yeah, you definitely want a BKB, Aeon, Refresher, Bloodstone, probably a Lotus somewhere. Last item will be up to you. Neutral item, anything is fine. His counters will be Shadow Demon. If Shadow Demon is there, you gotta be careful. Break actually removes your reactive armor, and you'll be quite squishy without that. Yep. Okay, Tiny is one of the best carries in the game at dealing AoE damage. The only problem is that he can be kited. But okay, let's look at his strengths first. With an Guardian Scepter, you are able to throw your trees. This really hurts a lot. Actually, to go for items like BKB, Satanic, Pressure, BKB, Agashat, and then we will definitely want to go for Pirate Head early as well. Pirate Head can be bought I think 15 or 20 minutes into the game, so if you can get it early, it's going to be really good because you're able to get stacks. You deal high AoE damage, which means that it's really easy for you to get stacks. Yeah. You can pair him out with Lycan to bite him or Wisp. IO is really good as well. So the reasons not to play him would be when there is Doom. Doom is a good counter to Tiny, or when your opponent has a lot of control, Winter Wyvern or backline heroes that can actually stop you from doing damage. Then you gotta be careful. Or even if there's Drow, because Drow has high armor, and you will not actually be able to take down Drow because it gives armor to his teammates. Yeah. Other than that, Tiny is a really solid It's actually a very good counter to Meepo as well because he has so much AoE damage. Yeah, moving on. Another thing I want to mention is that you can use Tiny to counter attack free lineups, or you can actually play Tiny with an attack free build as well. Because when you do attack free, you'll just be able to cast its 3 volley in the backline. Yeah. You can also pair Tiny with a Keeper of the Light so that you can use Chakra to reduce the cooldown of 3 volley.
Yes.
Right, next hero here is Underlord. Underlord is a really sick hero. His Firestorm deals damage as max HP as damage, so that's actually really painful. It can actually burn TA's refraction charges very fast, and Feet of Mana is actually very strong as a disable. Normally you play an attack free build on him. Go for an Octarian Core, So normally we play Underlord as a teleport to home kind of build, so you have a follower medal actually, not just attack free. Normally you go for a follower medal. I posted a video before on Underlord and Weaver, so that's a similar concept. You follow your carry, and then when your ally gets low, Underlord will teleport them back home, and they can heal again. Right, so these are the core items. If you need more, you can go for more. Cast range and cast range will be really good on here as well. He's not really good against jumpers, so you gotta take care of that. Because when opponents have BKBs jumping into his face, he can't really do much. Right, next hero we have is Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker, I've seen people playing it as a carry. I tried before, it works sometimes, but he's too squishy because with Blood Rage he will actually die too fast. It increases the number of damage he takes as well. Yeah. No, okay, actually, yeah, it drains his HP. Yeah, but overall Bloodseeker is quite squishy, so it's quite risky to play him as a damage because to play him as a carry because he's melee, so he has to go into melee range. Normally I'll play him as a support because Blood Rage increases your spell amplification. So I have 30 spell 1. This can be casted on your teammate as well. So if you go for a follower medal, if you go for an attack free, you will still cast on himself. But if you go for a follower medal, then Bloodseeker would actually cast Blood Rage on his ally. So some good combos will be casting it on spellcasters like Skywrath Mage, Lina. So those are two really good combos with Bloodseeker. Playing as a support, offering core air on this. You can go for more items. If you're fighting someone who is jumping, you probably might want to go for a Guiding for Rupture. Yeah. You can go for Glimmer as well if you need to. And yeah, okay, so his Blood Right has really low cooldown as well. So overall it's a very good support. You're able to silence, able to stop jumpers, able to buff your carry as well.
Yes.
Overall a very solid hero. Good support. Offensive type of support.
I will claim first.
Forward.
Right, Drow Ranger recently just got a buff. As you can see, his ulti is actually granting bonus agility to nearby heroes. This is a really sick spell because it's a really OP spell. Because as long as you stack Apex on Drow, okay, I'm just showing you Ethereal Blade. So you see you're getting 149 bonus agility. And if I have a hero here, let's say I just create a Lina. You see the Lina's armor is actually boosted to 828 because of Drow's aura. Physical resist 65%, 18% to 65%. So Lina is actually getting a lot of armor. So Drow actually gives a lot of armor to your entire team. That's why Drow is one of the most OP range carry in the game right now. I probably should move him to S. When I've made this tier list, it was an A because there was no aura. Okay, so the build for Drow Ranger now. You can go for your normal build, your MKB Tailor, Satanic, and yada. Okay, but I'm going to show you a very cool build. You go for 3 Apexes, and you go for Force Boots. You go for Hurricane Pike, and you can go for your Satanic. Alright, and then you can get as much range as you can for your neutral item. What this does is that it gives your entire team so much armor that they can't actually take you down with physical damage. They have to use magic for pure damage. Yeah. the only counter to Drow is jumping your face. So if there's a Centaur jumping at your Drow Ranger, you gotta be careful. If you don't have counters, if there are no counters in the game, don't play Drow Ranger. But if not, Drow Ranger is an always must play carry.
Your blood is mine.
Death comes silent.
Alright, Faceless Void, I think there's not much to say. He's a very good disabler. I've seen people playing it as a carry. You can go as a carry, but he's not very strong as a carry. Probably in the 1v1, sure. In 2v2 setting, he just needs too much item, and even if you give him too many items, he just doesn't contribute as much as compared to a traditional carry.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, so just play him as a disabler would do. I like to give Fatal Lens so that he can actually time walk further and further cast range for his ulti.
An eternity of embarrassment. Nothing to see here.
You can see a cast range difference.
Time stops.
For no one.
Yeah, so if Fatal Lens is actually safer. So you want to go for Assassin Medal on this guy. Yeah, so that will be it for him. And you only want to take him out during 1v1. If you are taking him out during 2v2, make sure that you pick the front lane. Because if you're playing rear lane and you pick an FV, your FV will jump forward and chrono your opponent. Now chrono your own teammate. And your teammate cannot walk in your chrono. Only your heroes can walk in your chrono, so take note of that. Another thing is that Faceless Void is a very good counter for melee jumpers such as Centaur, Meepos, because most of them will be caught in your chrono.
Sweet as, I should get heaps of these.
Right, Hoodwink.
Sure, wind me up. Great idea.
He was nerfed a while back. Previously he deals really high damage with his ulti. I think it was 2k. Now it's been up to 1.6k in Dawn of War. But it's still really good because it's pure damage and its cooldown is 10 seconds actually. So if you give it an Altering Core, basically your cooldown is 7.5 seconds.
Whoa.
And your big one shot is actually really good as well as your second spell. It helps to disable your opponent. Okay, so for this guy, he deals really good damage early game, and the reason why he's A tier is because he does not need much item to survive due to his kit, due to his spells. Just need to give him some items like Force Bolt, Doctoring Core, all these Bloodstone. Yeah, that's about it. He will just be there in the battlefield casting spells. As long as there's no strong jumpers jumping like a Night Stalker or Centaur, he would be good to go. Yeah. You can give her an Aghanim Scepter as well. Yeah. Hoodwink generally shines during the early to mid game. If you have to remove her late game, so be it. But I still feel like she still has value because your ultimate actually breaks the opponent. So if they have an X,
I can take the kit.
she has a break effect, so they will not be able to spin anymore.
Yeah, I see it.
That's why Hoodwink is still useful all the while.
I'm mean as.
Your fate approaches.
Alright, next we have Pango. Pango is a really annoying hero because he actually is one hero that actually forces your opponents to BKB it, bait spells and items. So if you have seen my most recent video, you can see that I use Pango as a way to bait my opponent's Global Silence, Enigmas, BKBs on all their core heroes by rolling around. So what you want for him is Octane for this. You go for a boost of travel as well. If you got single target spells, Local Sword. So what this does is that you actually cast his ulti during the team fight. And once his ulti is almost on cooldown, what you do is you teleport halfway. Something like that.
Sure.
And then by the time it cools down, he will just teleport back into the fight in Dawn of War. Yeah. AI is really smart. You can go for this build and then I'm pretty sure you'll be happy with the result. So a good way to play him is this, because he helps to bait spells, delay all your heroes at the back. Second way is that give you more items. Then maybe you can go for Bloodstone somewhere. And what happens is that you can actually, it's really good against melee heroes because they can't actually touch him unless they have a Abyssal Blade and BKB. And also you can actually disarm them with your Shield Crash. Right. Shield Crash causes the Swashbuckle to take effect, to cast a Swashbuckle in all directions. So this would help to disable your opponent carries as well. Is more effective against melee heroes because they can't really touch you. For range carries like Drow, probably 2 or 3 hits will actually activate your ultis and you probably die. So just gotta be careful of that. If you're going for a Boost of Travel build, then you probably do not need a Refresher because you just want to bait out spells. But if you are going for longevity in team fights, you can go for a Refresher. This actually gives you more safety because you're able to activate your Aeon twice. If you are quite certain that you'll be safe, then you don't need a Refresher, because with Octavine Core you actually have 100% uptime on your Rolling Thunder. The only issue is that you have some delay between your Rolling Thunder cooling down and your second Rolling Thunder. So during that period of time you could actually be stunned, hexed or anything. And if you feel like your opponent has some spells or some items that can actually stop you from Rolling Thunder again during the cast time, you look at the cast time, so it's about 1 second of cast time. So if you think that you are vulnerable during this period, you can go for a Refresher or even a BKB. But this is some extreme measures, so if you actually meet in this kind of situation, then you ask yourself, is Pango actually the best hero for this? I'm pretty sure there'll be other better heroes that can do the job better. So you might probably just want to use Pango as a initial to bait spells instead of actually playing him as a max build. Best used against melee carries, or if your opponent does not have range carries, like just attack free builds or just spellcasters. Right, next we have is Phantom Assassin. Phantom Assassin is a really brittle carry. She's actually quite squishy, deals high damage. This is what we call a glass cannon. So this hero you definitely need Assassin Medal. Assassin Medal is actually really good on Phantom Assassin, because if you don't give Assassin Medal and the opponent has multiple tanks in front, like Abaddon, a Chen Protector, something like that, you will actually be jumping the Abaddon, the Wraith King. And we all know that that's not a good thing, because those heroes are hard to kill, they take a really long time, and while your PA is actually taking them down, you would have actually wasted your BKB charges. And BKB charges are actually really important for jumpers. If not, they will actually be very vulnerable. So some items you can go for PA would be like this. Go for Nullifier, you can go for Battle Fury. One good thing about PA is that we have this Aghanim Shard, Fan of Knives, so it actually helps to break your opponent. For example, you're fighting a Centaur, you can break the Centaur as well. And when you break him, the return will not take effect. Or when you're fighting a Spectre, break would actually disable his dispersion as well.
In the blink of an eye.
You need to be careful of heroes that can actually disable you, such as Bane or Winter Wyvern, something like that. It's best to pair Phantom Assassin with a support, maybe like a Centaur. Centaur is not really a support, but the Stampede will actually help you a lot. Or let's see, or a Lycan, you can actually bite the Phantom Assassin, and then you will have extra crit chance and lifesteal. So this will actually help you quite a lot as well. So this is Assassin Medal here. And Assassin Medal, the opponent heroes in the back line, they are not able to touch you. If your opponent has many strong melee carries like Sven, Savant with MKB totally destroys PA, so you gotta take note of that. And you can't actually fight a high armor lineup with a PA as well. Phantom Lancer has been a hero that has been added and removed from Dawn of War for a really long time, I think. I'm not sure in this current edition if Phantom Lancer is in the game. Alright, but he's a really good hero in the sense that he causes distractions as long as there's no huge AoE heroes around. If there is huge AoE heroes around, then he might not be the best option here. Alright, so this is a build that you can go for. Maybe you can remove the Manka or something else and add on this for another better item if you feel confident enough. The main role of Phantom Lancer is to distract the opponent, and especially if the opponents are playing spellcasters, they have no way of clearing your illusions. Some spellcasters that can clear your illusions would be like Underlord's Pit of Malice, which is actually really good at trapping your Phantom Lancer's illusion. And if they have spells like heroes like Jakiro, Jakiro's Ice Path can actually stop you as well. Or Sniper Shrapnel. However, Sniper is not really a main concern because you can actually jump back and actually kill him. Yeah, just make sure that there's not much AoE like a Medusa or something that can actually kill your illusions really fast. Other than that, I think Phantom Lancer is quite a solid hero. Yeah.
Death at my hands is enough.
Right, next we have is some Razor. Razor is one of my favorite heroes while I'm actually climbing the ranks up. The reason is because he's a really simple hero and really strong. Alright, first thing to know is that you need to disable your Storm Surge. If not, Razor actually moves too fast and he gets to the front line too quickly. You want him to be in between your carry and your tank, so that's the best position. So for this guy, we all know that his main strength is the ultimate, which actually shreds armor. Yeah, so this is a standard build for him. The double ultimate. He zaps armor really fast, so this is really good against heroes who are jumping into you. Because if they're jumping to you, you can actually destroy them quite quickly. Such as maybe if there's an X is a pseudo counter because X when he gets a call off, he gets a lot of armor. But once the call wears off, his armor drops like mad, and he has no protection against you anymore. So you just gotta make sure that once the X jumps in, make sure that he doesn't get his call off or doesn't disable for him, and then Razor can melt him really fast. Yeah. If your opponent has jumpers, Razor can deal with them really quickly because ulti strikes up to 3 targets, I think. 2 to 3 targets if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Okay, you can strike 2 targets, I think. Yeah, 2 targets. So it's a really good counter to Centaur and Meepo because they can't really kill him fast enough during their BKB pressure, and your Razor can actually kill them quite fast.
As you wish.
One of the best counters for Razor would be summons. If your opponent has Trend Protector, Lycan, you will actually be hitting it because you actually be hitting the lowest HP unit in range. So that will probably be your Lycan or your Trend Protector's trends. So you gotta watch out for that.
This way. Don't get.
Alright, next we have is Slark. As we all know, Slark is a really OP hero late game if you get to the late game. The reason why I say if you get to the late game is because he requires too much items, and most of the time you will actually die trying to reach the late game with Slark. So I would suggest building some early heroes first before going for Slark, so that you will not lose that much HP. The main strength of Slark is actually Aganim Shard. This will actually cause your thing to be invisible. Look at this. can't actually see the creeps anymore. This is his strength, the depth shot. So even taking if you don't have any stacks, you can still take him out as support for this spell. Alright, so obviously as a carry, you definitely want to go for Swift Blink normally. Alright, so you have these 4 items and you probably want some more attack speed. You can go... Okay, sometimes you need a nullifier as well. Alright, so as I was saying, sometimes you need a nullifier because your opponent might have A on this. So you need this to actually counter them. And sometimes, most of the time you want a assassin medal as well. Because you don't want the Slark to be hitting their carries, so you want to jump straight to the back. So you need an assassin medal for that. Okay, so Slark needs attack speed. You can either go for a pirate head for that, although I don't really like it because once you have a 3T stacks, you actually have a lot of attack speed. Yeah. So for the last item, it's up to you actually. As long as you have enough attack speed, it's all good. You can go for Hand of Shadowless actually, it's not here. You can go for Hand of Shadowless, it gives attack speed and attack range, so that's a really decent item to have. Late game, you generally want to change it to an Octarine Core somewhere and get a Spell Prism, because this will actually reduce a cooldown for your ulti as well as a depth shot. And he will be a pseudo support as well as a carry, which is really strong. Best synergy with melee carries as well. His counter would be Omni Knight. When you have an Omni Knight, you can't do damage, so you gotta be careful when there's an Omni Knight in the pool. Alright, so TA. TA is actually a really sick hero. Let me show you why. His side blades has actually really high spill range, spill radius if you will. Look at where X is standing. Look at how far the side base is actually hitting. Alright, so let's see if I get some attack range to see how far you actually spill. Where's my growth bow? Growth bow. Look at that. Look at that range. So basically what happens is that if your opponent has a really strong tank in front of Abaddon here, normally if you're playing a carry, you wouldn't be able to hit past that. If you're playing a Drow Ranger, you wouldn't be able to get this kind of range, right? Your split arrows will not be able to hit that far, probably here. There's no way that you're going to hit there. But with TA, you can actually side blades and hit that far, so that's kind of insane. Especially if you got some DPS items, right? You get a Desolator tool, some Daedalus. You'll be actually doing really decent damage. So your opponent is not actually safe, even though they have a tank in front, because you can actually side blades to the back of the opponent heroes. TA, this is one of the strengths of TA, as you guys can see there. Okay, I know normally you guys go for your MKB and stuff. Okay, so there's one build that I want to share with you guys. It's actually quite strong. You go for Force Boots on TA, the Daedalus as usual, MKB. Then you go for a Pirate Head. Last item, I don't get Satanic because Templar Assassin has high refraction charges, so no Satanic is needed. you can go for Bloodlust on your support, that would be good enough. Generally, TA won't actually have any problems surviving. Yeah, so your last item you can go for another damage item with Daedalus, Hurricane Pike, Force Boots here, MKB. Here you have a Pirate Head, right? And then your last item you can go for another Daedalus if you want to. I think that'll be good as well. Or you can go for an S and Y. Let's go for another Daedalus. Yeah, so T will be doing insane damage here. The only problem is that if your opponent is jumping against you, then you will not be able to side blades, which is the greatest strength of your hero. Then you gotta be careful, because if there are multiple jumpers, TA won't be able to deal with them. That's the main counters for TA, as well as heroes that deal damage over time. He can't actually handle them. But other than those that are specified, other than jumpers or heroes that can remove your reflection, TA is one of the better carries out there. Alright, before I talk about this hero, there is one big misconception that I want to clear up. Assassin Medal doesn't work on Troll Warlord. Alright, listen again. Assassin Medal doesn't work on Troll Warlord during the Battle Trance duration. Because if you read the Battle Trance effect, it forces you to continuously attack the closest enemy unit within 900 range, prioritizing heroes, which means that even if you get a Blink Dagger, I see plenty of people playing carry Troll Warlords with daggers, jumping into the team fights with special blah blah blah. The problem with this is that your Assassin Medal won't take effect unless your Battle Trance is not active, when it's not up. And when your Battle Trance is not up, Troll Warlord isn't a really strong carry. And when your Battle Trance is up, your Assassin Medal won't take effect. So this is kind of double-edged sword, you know. There's no point in buying an Assassin Medal for Troll Warlord, because you want him to be focusing on the enemy hero during your ulti, not after your ulti. Right? Anyways, the strength of Troll Warlord is playing as a tank, because he has trance duration of 8.5 seconds or 10 seconds, I think. So this is a really long time that he is invincible, if you will. And you can actually go for 4 staff. Normally you go for 4 staff on your carries, okay. Don't go for refresher. Refresher is actually very risky because you might not be able to cast your second ulti. This is what the reason why is because BKB duration is only 7 seconds in Dota 4. Your ulti duration is 8.5 seconds. You run out of your BKB before your ulti runs out. What this means is that if you are not strong enough and you get disabled during this duration, you will not be able to activate your second BKB refresher ulti. Yeah, and if you sort of die, you're taking too much damage in between the transition phase between your first ulti and your second ulti. You won't even activate your second ulti because you're dead. So normally, I wouldn't give so many items for a troll. You need a shard because the status resistance it provides is so useful. Just give me a 4 staff, and if you need an Aeon Disc so that you don't get busted down before your ulti, so be it. That should probably be your items for troll. Play him as a carry, really strong. If you play him as a tank, I mean, so that he'll be strong. If you play him as a carry, it's very unreliable for the reasons I mentioned. So try it out. Play him as a tank. Don't play carry, go for it, but don't play troll probably. Go for Phantom Assassin or Servant. They are way better at carrying than Troll Warlord. Right, Bane only has one purpose and only one sole purpose in the game, which is to Fiend's Grip your opponent's carry or your opponent's key heroes, core heroes basically. Get a Guardian Scepter so that your cooldown is reduced by a huge duration. Alright, so you have a Bane here. The main reason why you want to use Bane is so that you can control your opponent's hero, obviously. You give him an attack free medal. Okay, normally you want an Aghanim and then yeah, so you can actually grip while you're in this. Look at this. I'm still in this. So your opponent can't assassin medal you when you're gripping. Bane is really good to grip your opponent and to stop them. The only problem is that once they get a Lincolns or a Lotus Orb, you will not be able to grip them. If they have a Lotus Orb, you are forced to get a Lincolns as well. And even then, you will still break if I'm not wrong. Right, let's try it out.
If I must.
Do you see that? Your pin script actually breaks immediately. Because they are actually reflecting the pin script back onto you. So yeah, the easy counter for Bane is Lincolns and Lotus. Normally you wouldn't want to get that for your carry, so you use a follow medal and follow medal your carry, and then your support will have Lincolns or Lotus, and you actually cast it on your carry instead. So this will actually protect you from Bane. Yeah. Bane is best used during 1v1 stage as a surprise pick. You cast a smoke. You take out a Bane, cast a smoke so that the opponent do not see what you're doing, and then you grip your opponent. Normally you do this one or two times, your opponent might catch on, and then it's really hard for you to carry it out again. So use him as a surprise pick. That's the best way. AM is not really a traditional carry that you want to pick every game. He's a really situational carry because he's very squishy, and your damage comes from your mana burn, right, and your mana void. But in Dawn of War you want burst damage, so heroes like Sven, heroes like Phantom Assassin, Tiny, those heroes are actually way better at doing damage than anti-mage. The only reason that you might want to play anti-mage is that you need the mobility. Your opponents are playing spellcasters and you have multiple jumpers. Then anti-mage will be really good because you can actually spam your mana void and your illusions, and there's no way for them to take you down because they have no physical damage. That's when you play anti-mage. But other than that, I don't suggest playing anti-mage in your games. Yeah, it's a really situational heroes, and I probably play anti-mage like just a few times only. Yeah.
Here we go.
Right. So Batrider here. Batrider has quite a similar function as Bane as well. You want to take down your opponent carry, right? So Bane, what he does is that he holds the opponent in place and his ulti does percentage damage, and that could actually kill them. For Batrider instead, right? Batrider, although you guys sort of have the same goal, but you have a different way of achieving it. So what you have here is that you will actually be trying to take your opponent out of its comfort zone, right? You want to displace your opponent and put them in a very bad position. So you will actually grip and pull them out. You need attacks. You need move speed so that you can actually move fast, so you can drag them back. And you want a force boots so they can move fast. Altering core so that you can have a fast cooldown. Aghanim Scepter if you want, although it's not a compulsory thing because you want to pull the main target. If you pull the second target, then that's good, but that's not your main priority. You also need of course a BKB, and beyond this, Refresher, that's debatable. Okay, and then you want a attack free medal or follow medal and a assassin medal as well. So let's see what we have. We have an assassin medal here, and then we have an attack free medal. Where's the attack free medal? Attack free medal will be circlet. Yeah, so yeah, so we just keep pulling. And yes, someone mentioned you need a Lincoln, so it depends. You do not want to buy a Lincoln so early because Lincoln is quite expensive. you only start getting Lincolns when your opponent buys a Lotus Orb or Lincolns. Then definitely you need a Lincolns to counter that. So yes, you are right, Lincolns is an item that you might need potentially if your opponent has Lincolns or a Lotus, so that you can counter their counter. Yeah, and normally you don't want to just pull the tanks. That's why you need an Assassin Medal, so that you can pull the carry out. Let's say you are facing a hero lineup where Drow is their main carry. As long as you kill Drow, you win the fight. So that's really simple. You just need to drag Drow out and you win the game. Right, that's simple. The only problem is that if you're playing Bat and your opponent has multiple jumpers, your Bat might just be pulling their jumpers away. So you gotta be careful of that. Even though you get an Assassin Medal, sometimes you might still pull your tanks if your opponent's carry is too far away. So you need to be careful of the distance between your Bat and the hero that you're trying to pull. For example, if you're playing during the 2v2 stages and you have a Bat, and you're playing rear lane and you're trying to pull a rear lane hero. If their rear lane heroes are really far from you, you will take a really long time to get there to pull them. Let's say you walk to the river, you might actually die before you actually pull them. So you gotta take note of that. You might want to pull someone who is nearer to you first as a first target when you set your Assassin Medal, and then someone further away as your second target for your Assassin Medal, so that your Batrider is able to pull it out safely and not walk too far away. Because when there's a very big distance, you will not make it there in time and you will actually die before that.
Test your faith.
Yeah, so the Bat, you will put them out, make sure you have enough DPS to clear them. If not, there's no point just pulling them, because Fountain does not deal damage now. So you can't pull all the way back to Fountain hoping that they will die. It just doesn't work that way. Make sure you have enough damage to kill the hero that you're pulling.
Leap of faith.
Prepare for battle.
Alright, so Chen. Chen is a really fun hero actually, because of it's able to provide you so much healing as well as so much auras. The auras can actually are really very strong actually, because some of the auras provide you HP percentage, max HP for your entire team. Some provide damage aura, armor aura, healing aura, lifesteal aura as well. But Chen shouldn't be part of your main 4 or 5 heroes, because he does not provide damage at all. Make sure you have some damage heroes first before you pick up Chen into your field. Yeah, but once you have Chen on the field, your sustainability will be really very strong because of its heal. Take note that his third spell increases heal as well, and if you get a Holy Locket, that stacks, so it's a 35% plus 18%. So it's very deceiving because it shows 905, but you're actually healing 50% more, so that's closer to 1.35 HP to your entire team. And in Dawn of War, your ulti cooldown is probably 10 to 15 seconds depending on what items you have. If you have Octarine Core, Spell Prism, that's the best. Yeah. So if you're playing Chen, you just gotta be careful of heroes that jump you and can deal AoE damage. Chen is really bad against Bristleback or Tiny, especially if you do not have counters to them. If you have heroes like Shell Demon and Drow Ranger to take down the Bristleback, then it's fine. That's why I mentioned have some damage first before you play your Chen. If not, there's no point healing when you can't kill the opponent. It's always better to have damage first. Secure your damage, whether it's magic, pure or physical. Have enough damage output before you go for your supports. Because Chen, let's face it, is a defensive support. Yeah, but it's one that you're going to be rewarded with greatly if you can take him out and survive, because his aura actually provides a lot for the team. So you don't really have to get a Hand of the Dominator 2 for Chen. Yeah, you need an attack free medal though, so let's go for an attack free medal here. Yeah, sometimes we want to go for force boots so that you're able to jump back in case there's opponent that's jumping you, or even an eels or something, you know, or even a glimmer. So that's up to you. Just make sure that Chen doesn't die that quickly if your opponent jumps you. Yeah.
The one god.
Dazzle.
Alright, next one we have Dazzle. Dazzle is one of my favorite heroes because obviously his ultimate is so sick. It's one of the most imba ultimates. If you're playing ability draft, you always get this ultimate because of the cooldown reduction. Alright, so what do we do with this? We want to find a way to abuse his ulti. So normally if you're playing a Dazzle, you go for items that have really strong actives to take advantage of your ultimate. So if you go for Abyssal, Nullifier, this, X, BKB, Force Boots, a Gunning Shot, and then you want an attack free medal or follower medal. If you get a follower medal, you gotta be careful because you only cast the Shallow Grave onto the followed hero. If you get an attack free medal, he's able to cast it on any hero that is low on HP, so it's up to you to decide which one do you want, which one is better. Not much to say about Dazzle, it's a really good support. Poison Touch is able to hex the opponent, which is really good. Shadow Grave, Shallow Wave, Heal. So all around he's a very decent support. Very defensive support I would say. Normally I would pair with a Morphling. So a Morphling would copy Dazzle's ultimate and Morphling's strength is the waveform. So with Morphling is able to cast waveform and spam it a lot because of the 50% reduction through Dazzle's ultimate. Yeah, so that's why I'm going to abuse this hero. Dazzle should not be part of your main 4 to 5 heroes also because he does not provide much damage alone. Make sure you have some damage set up before you play your Dazzle. Alright, so Enigma, one thing to know is that during the early game, when you are still buying heroes and rolling for heroes, level 1, level 5 or level 10 Enigma is one of the strongest in the game because of the Eidolons. Eidolons are really overpowered early game in Dawn of War. They have really high HP and damage. So even though he's not part of your main lineup, you can still get an Enigma level 10 just to help you to win the early game because it's very strong that way. Okay, so Enigma normally I see most people doing a jump build where you go for Dagger or Fallen Sky. Let me tell you, that's not mandatory. You don't have to go for that because with an Aeon this Aether Lens, yeah, this is build, but without a Dagger, your cast range is actually really high. So you don't really need to jump, especially if your opponents are jumping you. The only reason that you want to jump is when your opponent has really strong backline heroes. When they're playing like Drow Ranger, Klings, Razor, and they're all in the back, right? You want to catch them, then fine, get a Dagger. But I'm telling you there's another way. If you're playing it defensively, let them come to you, especially if they're jumping, especially if they're playing Centaur, they're playing Meepo. There's no reason to get a Dagger, right? Because they are jumping to you. So you just need to stand back and probably want to get a delayer for your Enigma, and if you can, the best is to go for a Seal Stone. You look at the cast range. You're able to cast from a very big distance. So one way is that you go for a delayer so that your Enigma starts at the back. Sometimes you might even want to go for Teleporter. If you've seen my earlier video, my most recent video, I managed to counter Enigmas and Faceless Void by baiting their spells out using a Pangolier or using a Clockwork to jump in, forcing the Enigma to cast his BKB early. And when the Enigma casts his BKB early, when he reaches my unit, he will actually cast a black hole without the BKB, and is very easily stopped by my heroes. So you force them to cast a second refresher, cast a refresher first before his ulti. But when they do this, they only have one good black hole left. So that's actually is very bad for them. Alright, so if you're playing Enigma, make sure you get a Aghanim Scepter and a Aghanim Shard. It makes a lot of difference once you look at this. You're able to pull heroes that are outside of black hole range with your Aghanim Shard. And you need your Aghanim because you're able to deal damage with Black Hole because of the added Midnight Pulse. If you don't have Aghanim Scepter, your Black Hole is just a disable without damage. So you need to get Aghanim. But please do not build Enigma as your first hero. This is a mistake that I've seen repeated many times. You always need solid damage before playing Enigma. Always look at Enigma as a support or a disabler instead of a carry. Okay, so don't play Enigma as a carry. That doesn't work. Sometimes you might get a good Black Hole, but he is not the main DPS. Okay. He's more of a control hero that you play on a 6 or 7 hero. If you want to know more about Razor, I just covered Razor previously. You can just play back this video, just scroll backwards and you're able to find my explanation for Razor. Right, thanks. Next hero we have is Grimstroke.
Steady grace.
Okay, so Grimstroke is a really solid hero. Two reasons. First reason, your first spell. Look at the range of your first spell, especially when you have the correct talents. You need the level 20 talent, 800 Shook Fate cast range, and normally you go for an Octane Core as well. Go for an Aeon this. You see if you want a Force Boot so that you can be safe. And you need an attack-free medal, and yeah, that's about it. So you don't need much items. Early game, your Fate of Stroke does so much damage that it's not even funny. You can play him as a carry, magic carry, by going for Ethereal Blade and Dagon, but that is up to you. That is more of a late game luxury kind of items. These items will be good enough for the early to mid game. And yes, if you go for an Aghanim Scepter, you're able to create an illusion of the opponent hero as well. If your opponent are jumping with strong carries, it'll be very good because when you cast a Dark Portrait, you're actually creating an illusion, and the illusion is actually turned against them. Imagine creating a Phantom Assassin illusion against the opponent. That'll be really strong actually. Not to mention that the illusion is spell immune, and second thing good about him is that Soulbind actually binds 2 units together, right? So they are not able to break the link even though they have BKB on. So that's a really good thing. And duration is actually 8 seconds, so if someone is trying to jump you, if they are jumping in one hero, then it's fine because there won't be any hero to link, so that's good for them. Jumping more than 2 heroes, both their heroes get linked together. Let's say I ulti this hero, there's no one to link to, right? So he will still be free to move.
I see where this goes.
Look at this, there's no heroes to link to. Yep. So you need to have 2 heroes around so that you can link. And when you link, all your single target spells are actually casted on both units. So okay, let's take a look at this again. For example, I link them. You can see that 2 illusions are actually created because the spell is actually casted onto the second link target. So Grimstroke is actually really good against jumpers, and also really good against spellcasters because your spell is actually able to hit for a very far distance. So even though you have a very strong tank in front, you are still able to hit the back line. That's one of the strengths of Grimstroke. He is a really versatile hero. Can't go wrong playing him. Imagine linking someone and casting a double doom. That is like literally game changing. Alright, next hero we have here is like one of the best heroes for early game. Of course, you need some items. Oops, too near.
Prepare for battle.
Alright, so for Jakiro, All you need is actually these 4 items, and you see the amount of damage that he can deal with just one fire actually. Macro Pyre deals so much damage, look at that. The reason why you get a refresher is that the duration is shorter in Dawn of War, so you need a refresher so that you can actually once the first ulti is almost over, the second ulti will hit the rear line, the first ulti will hit the front lane actually. That's why you need a refresher. Yeah. And his damage is pure with Aghanim Scepter, which means that it can't be reduced with Pipe, Insight or anything like that. Magic Resistance does not work because it's pure damage once you have Aghanim Scepter. Right. And another thing to note is that the Ice Path has actually such a short cooldown. So late game, one of the luxury items you can get is a Killing Core. Look at your Ice Path, 3 second duration, 4.9 seconds cooldown. What does this mean? Your uptime is 3 over 4.9 seconds. That is more than 50% of stun duration. Look at that. That's a really long time to stun, especially if you have a neutral item like Timeless Relic where you increase your debuff duration. This actually works because you actually increase the amount of time that is stunned. Look at the stun duration now, it's actually way longer, you can tell. Yep, so go for this. If you can get a Timeless Relic for Jakiro, that is one of the dream item. Or even I think this is even better than a Seer Stone. Yeah. So with Jakiro is just a really good hero for early game damage. Late game I don't think is that good because his damage doesn't really scale, and he's really bad against jumpers because your opponent has to be in front, right? And then if you're actually jumping, they might not be in the path of the Macro Pyre. So you gotta take note of that. Alright, Necrophos. Okay, so if you have seen some of my co-op gameplays that I've uploaded, we always go for Necrophos because Necrophos provides insane amount of healing, and this actually allows your team to not die basically, right? So we go for a Holy Locket, we go for an Aghanim, we have a on this somewhere, and if you want to go for an Aghanim shot, so be it, you can go for a Pipe. And then we can go for an attack free medal somewhere, and Octane Core, or even an Aether Lens. The reason why you go for an Aether Lens or Octane Core is because your Reaper Scythe range is actually really short without Octane Core. And if you have an attack free medal, most of the time you may not be able to cast its ulti unless the opponent is in melee range. That's why we go for an Aether Lens or an Octane Core. Go for an Aghanim Scepter because it reduces your Ghost Shot cooldown, and Ghost Shot actually increases your healing amplification by 75%, so you heal way more. So we pick Necrophos as a walking fountain basically. Yeah, walking fountain as well as a tank destroyer because you deal damage per missing HP. And this can be amped up as well with spell amplifications if you want to. Let's say I go for a Bloodstone and I get a as you can see, the damage per missing HP increases to 1.2 seconds. So this is a really good way to take down tanks. Not to mention your Heartstopper aura actually health decay of 2.9 seconds, and is amped up by spell amplification as well. Also, level 20 talent plus 32% Heartstopper regen reduction. What this means is that if you are fighting against tanks like a Husker or someone that heavily relies on HP regen, they are screwed because they can't regen in front of you, especially if you have items like that. You can even use a Shiva to stack on top of it, and you can have a Spirit Vessel on your supports to reduce its healing even further. Necrophos is anti-heal against the opponent. Opponent can't heal against you, and you will heal your entire team. And anti-tank because of your weaker side. That's basically Necrophos.
Yes.
Darkness and
Ricky currently is really underpowered, so I wouldn't suggest playing Ricky for now. You can't really play him as a carry because he's very weak. I guess if you want to, you can play Ricky as a support. Attack free medal, you go for a gunning shot, let him throw its poison dart and smoke screen. Yeah, that's about it. Alright, so the next hero we have here is OD, Outward Devourer.
the blood sun rises.
OD all around is a really solid hero because your Sanity's Eclipse does a lot of damage, especially early to mid game. The only problem with OD is that in late game, if your opponent has mass BKBs and they activate their BKBs before you ulti them, or they have BKB refresher and on this, and they're jumping you, so you can't actually do anything to them, especially if you're fighting against maybe a Savant with Assassin Medal. Yeah, you can't really touch them. If your opponent are playing range heroes, this is really good for you because you can kill them quite easily. Need a BKB, refresher, Darkstone, recall. Okay, these are your 4 core items. Any other, you can go for more items obviously, it's up to you. You want to go for a right click OD, you can go for Hurricane Pike and Bloodthorn or something like that. But these four items are core items. They are really important because you're able to cast Sanity Eclipse, deal the most amount of damage to your opponent. That is so important. OD has one of the highest burst damage output in the game. One ulti can actually wipe out the entire enemy's team if they do not have enough magic resistance or enough mana. Especially if you're fighting against range carries that are non-intel, like agility carries, right? You can actually kill them with one blow. Especially if you're fighting against a Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger has really high armor because of its ulti, but OD doesn't care because OD does magic damage, and Drow has such low mana pool that OD can actually just one hit the opponent. Yeah. For neutral item, any neutral item that amplifies your spell damage should be good. Yeah. Counter for ODs would be jumpers, because your Arcane deals pure damage, yes, but it doesn't pierce BKB, which means that if they're jumping you with a BKB, there's nothing you can do at all. You just need to try to prolong the fight with supports, or you can do a delayer or teleporter or something like that to bait their BKBs out. If you can't do that, then you are screwed. Yeah.
My wings beat with the
Okay, next hero we have is Pug. Oh my god, Pug is such an annoying hero. It's so hard to catch a Pug, even if you have items like Hex and Abyss of Blades. It's so hard to catch Pug. He's just so mobile, especially with the phase shift. Get an alternate call. The cooldown is 4.5 seconds. Yeah, the spell prism. Your cooldown is 3.7 seconds. And if you get Arcane Dagger, okay, Arcane Dagger is nerfed in Dawn of War, but 2.8 seconds. Okay, you get the point. It's about 3.05 seconds, maybe 3.3 or something. Basically, the downtime is really short for phase shift, so it's really scary to play against Pug because most of the time he will be in the face shift position, in the face shift state. Yeah, she's really good against spellcasters because you have to get BKBs against Puck. If you don't have BKBs, she will just perma silence you, and you will not be able to cast any spells at all. That's one thing. Another thing is that Puck is able to do damage. Don't think that she's just a support. She is able to do damage. So with Undying Scepter, look at that. You increase your duration, and also you have your talent Dream Coil Rapid Fire, which allows you to hit your target while affected by Dream Coil every 0.5 seconds. And please take note, this also applies any orb effect that you have on them, which means that if you have a Dazzle and maybe a orb destruction, for example. Look at that, I'm actually applying the Dazzle onto them. Let me just move this here. Look at that. My ulti attacks are actually applying the orb effects on them. So this is actually really sick. Okay, if you can afford with playing a DPS build, sure, go for Dazzle, Daedalus, MKB. Okay, but normally you want to play an annoying build, then you need to go for this. Right, you need an Octawing Core, you need a Lincolns, you need a Refresher, Aeon Disc, BKB. The last item can be up to you. You can go for... I don't really want to go for a Windwaker or Eels, alright, because you have such a low cooldown on your face shift already, and Puck will only cast Eels if she has low HP or she feels like she's in threat. But usually that wouldn't happen. You have Aeon Disc and face shift has a low cooldown like I mentioned, so I don't feel the need to. But if you feel like it helps you in the game, then sure, you can go for Windwaker. But do note that Windwaker can be dispelled by Nullifier once you do not have a BKB. Okay, so like I mentioned, Puck good against spellcasters because you are able to do damage and actually stop them. You're actually able to stop them from casting spells because of silence. Another thing is that if your opponent are jumping you, right, you can do a Puck in the front lane. So let's say you have Slark and then you ulti. You catch the axe in your ulti, right, and then when it breaks the coil, you will actually be stunned for a really long duration. And most of the time, the jumper will have casted its BKB, which means that one BKB charge is down. So this is actually really good. Puck is a good counter for jumpers as well if you are able to jump them before they jump you. Yeah. Right, so the chart there is because there are some items that are available in Dawn of War as a normal item but not available in Dota, or there are some items that are unique in Dawn of War such as medals. That's why I use that as a reference. So if I need a item that is not available in Dawn of War, not available in Dota, I will just buy the item on the left instead as a replacement. Yeah. So to counter Puck, you will need many Abyssal Blades and Orchids to actually stop Puck from going in this using the face shift. Yeah.
I'll overshadow you.
Pugna is one of the best early game damage hero because of its leather ward. Okay, so I've uploaded a video that says laser show. If you watch that, you can see how much damage Pugna can do to spellcasters and even to non-spellcasters. So let's say we have this. It deals 3.5 damage per mana that is drained. Their opponent casts. So for example, we have let's say we have Skywrath Mage.
Oblivion comes.
Okay, so my normal build for Pugna would be Aeon's Refresher. That's all. So I'll cast the ward, refresh, and cast second ward. Skywrath Mage will be casting his ulti. Look at that, instant death. Because Skywrath Mage ulti costs 600 mana, right? 600 mana, and I deal 3.5 damage per mana. So Skywrath would just die. Let's take a look at it again. Let's say I have just okay, let's say he has more HP. Even one ward, it deals 1k HP on Pugna. Right, so
Oh yes. Not yet. By my wing the nether reaches.
you can see it deals a lot of damage. So Pugna early game, when your opponent doesn't have BKBs, without BKBs, you will die really fast to Pugna. So if you're playing Pugna, put him in the front lane so that you will be able to cast its double nether ward really quickly. However, you need to disable the ultimate as well as the Decrepify. Especially the ultimate. Because if you don't disable the ultimate, he will cast the first nether ward and then cast the life drain. And when you cast the life drain, it's actually a lot of time wasted because it's not casting the second nether ward. You want Pugna to cast 2 nether wards very quickly in quick succession. That's where your damage comes in.
Try me.
So for early in the mid game, use Pugna. However, during the late game, you probably want to remove Pugna unless the opponent has heroes like Skywrath Mage and Lion. So that's when you probably want to still keep Pugna on the field because it's still relevant and useful. But most of the time, you want to remove Pugna for another better hero.
Never sorcery.
I accept.
Prepare for battle.
Alright, so Shadow Shaman is actually a really underrated hero. The reason is because I don't think most people understand what Shadow Shaman does. When you cast your wards, it's not just for damage. Obviously, yes, you can go for Gunning, Refresher, right, and then Excellence, EKB, Octaving Core, go for Force Boots, and you go for an attack free medal somewhere or follower medal. Gunshot as well. So the good thing about him is that you're able to create wards just by shackling them if you have your talent. I mean if you have your gunshot. This might seem nothing, but it's actually very useful because when you create 4 wards, your opponent's carry will most likely hit the wards if they have no targets to attack. This will most likely be the case because Shadow Shaman casts his ulti in front and they will be attacking the wards instead. The wards have they're able to tank for you because they require multiple hits to actually 3 hits to destroy, as seen here. Each wards require 3 hits to destroy. Imagine you have a refresher, you cast 2 sets of wards. You're able to shackle and cast more wards. You are keeping your entire team safe because the wards are acting as a tank for you. Not to mention you have a very low cooldown shackle and hex. These two are really two of the best disable spells in the game as well. Yeah. So if you're playing an attack free build, Shadow Shaman is very good because you guys can just keep running back and disabling the opponent as they come forward towards you.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
However, the biggest counter to Shadow Shaman is jumpers when they jump you. Especially Night Stalker jumping with a silence, that's going to be quite hard to fight. Yeah. But if you're able to survive their BKBs and refresher, you're most likely going to win because Shadow Shaman can just perma disable the opponent. Yeah.
Hear me.
I make my move.
Right, so for Silencer can be played two ways. Firstly as a support, and secondly as a carry, of course. So normally I'll play as a support and then I'll transition him to a carry if I'm lacking damage. Alright, so if I'm playing as a support, I will always go for a refresher and this. And the only problem is that if your opponent casts its refresh, the global silence first, your silencer will be silenced, right? And you can't cast your global silence. So how do you counter that? It's very simple, because global silence is actually a dispellable spell. What do I mean by that?
Silently.
Okay, so you take a look at X status bar. So you can see it's a status, right? Which means that it can be dispelled by items like okay, take a look at it. I have a global silence. Look at this. You would disable, it would actually dispel the global silence straight up. So in Dawn of War it's the same thing. If you get hit by global silence and you have a Lotus Orb or even a Guardian's Grief, the AI will be smart enough to cast any of these items to dispel your global silence, or even a Force Boots. Okay, so if you are playing Silencer, you need a way to actually dispel your opponent's global silence so that you can cast your global silence over his global silence. Wow. Okay, so the cheapest way would be to get a Force Boots. So as a support, these are the 3 items that you need. Obviously if you're playing as a carry, then you will need more items lah. You can go for BKB, a refresher, go for Hurricane Pike. I want you to disable the 3rd spell and your 1st spell, because these two are not that useful. You just want you to be casting glyphs with your Gunning Shard so that you can bounce. And you need a Pirate Head. So maybe you need an MKB, it depends. MKB if your opponent has evasion, or you can go for Hex, or if you need more damage, Bloodthorn would be really good because it gives more intel. Yeah, so this will be my ideal carry build for Silencer. Of course, the same thing. If the opponent are jumping you, then Silencer isn't that good. And also, Silencer sucks against BKB units because no Glyphs does not pierce through BKB. So if they have BKB, your Silencer will not be doing much damage. One trick to make sure that your Silencer casts its ulti first is to put your Silencer in the front row. If your Silencer is the first hero that meets the opponent, he would cast its ulti first. That's it. It's really simple. What do you mean by spell build? Do you mind elaborating? Do you mean like Ethereal Blade and Dagon taking advantage of the cooldown reduction? Yeah, I think if you want, Ethereal Blade could probably work because he has pretty high intel from intel stolen, as well as cooldown reduction, so he's able to spam it. Yeah, probably could work if you have other spellcaster heroes as well that can take advantage of the Ethereal form, like Skywrath Mage or yeah, that spell is probably fine as well. Yeah, probably deals a lot of damage. The issue is that if your opponent are jumping you with a strong tank, then your Silencer does not have high cast range, which means that you will not be able to cast your 3rd spell onto your opponent. Yeah, but of course, if you guys are playing backline heroes, then it might probably work. I have not really actually tried this yet, but yeah, it's obviously probable if you have if you have a ideal scenario in that. You can just go for Aghanim upgrade, and yeah, I think it could work out.
Already moving.
Okay, for Windranger is actually one of my favorite heroes also, because she deals a lot of damage early game with the power shot. Power shot deals 550 damage, and if you get a gun shot, it actually reduces the cooldown even more. And not only that, if you look at the effect, it actually has a pseudo break ability, such as an Ancient Apparition's Ice Blast. So it would shatter the opponent if their HP are below 13% when they are hit by the power shot as well. And also in Dawn of War, the Shackle Shot cooldown is reduced quite significantly. I think the cooldown is like 3 to 4 seconds on 4.6 seconds cooldown, 4.6 seconds duration, and 4 seconds cooldown if you have Obtruing Core and Spell Prism, which means that you can permanently Shackle Shot your opponent. Yeah. So normally for Windranger, I play early game build, I would go for an Obtruing Core. If you're gonna go for some nullifiers for some implications, that's fine as well. And you want to go for an attack free medal, a circlet here.
As the arrow flies. Of course. On it. Satanic! Black King Bar. Monkey King Bar.
There is
Feel the
purity
wind in your hair.
in silence. I go.
Prepare for battle.
Yes. A pearl beyond price. Blink, and you'll miss me, Slither. Yes. to defend. Deep ones guide me. Patrolling. Treasure for the deeps. Guard well.
Windranger at your service.
Come on, you whippersnapper.
Prepare for battle.
Cleared hot. Speak up. What? What's that? Bingo! First blood hero dies. First blood! Now that's how it's done, kids. Yes, sir. Satanic! Yeah. Come on, I barely breathe you. Wraith King bar! Quit your mumbling.
Is blunted.
Dakota! Let's do that again! Wilco! Repositioning! Trajectory confirmed! Daedalus! Monkey King bar! system's not. Spin 'em up!
I should say so. No argument there.
Prepare for battle.
My very own soul ring. Oh, sheepstick. Absolutely. Proceed. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Indeed. I'm in complete agreement. Positively. Don't mind if I do. Tinkering about.
Locked and loaded.
Storm spirit moving in. Ha ha!
Prepare for battle.
Well said. Touché. looking good. Here I come! Zap! Here I am! Oh. Lincoln Sphere. Black King Bar. You shouldn't have. Yes! The calm before the storm.
Tinker!
Prepare for battle.
Alright, sorry, just give me a second. Okay, so for Doom. Doom is you only play Doom for two reasons actually. So the first reason is that you can use Devour to actually farm gold, because every time you devour a creep you actually gain gold. But you need to make sure that Doom doesn't die and survives to the end of the round so that you actually get the gold. If he dies too early during the battle, or if the Devour duration doesn't end, you don't actually get the gold from it. Yeah, because the duration is equal to the cooldown. Okay, so for Doom, you go for an attack free medal. As support, your only role is to cast your Doom onto the opponent and to disable them. Okay, so sometimes you might want to go for an Aghanim Scepter, because Aghanim Scepter increases the duration, and most importantly it applies break. So if you are jumping, if the opponent are jumping Spectre and Centaur, you will need a Aghanim Scepter to actually break the return for Centaur or break the dispersion for Spectre. Yeah. Not much to say for Doom. Can't be played as a carry or tank. Only way to play him is this as a attack free medal to actually refresh, cast a double Doom. You can go for assassin medal as well. Sometimes you might want to jump them, so you might want to go for a dagger somewhere. But if you're going for a dagger, you might want to remove the assassin medal. So you just jump in and doom their Skywrath, their Drow or something like that.
Feel the wind in your hair.
Alright, next hero we have is Skywrath Mage. Skywrath Mage is a really underrated hero actually. Skywrath Mage can actually carry the game. He is a very strong magic carry, and if your opponent does not have jumpers, he can actually carry the game like I mentioned, yes. So the core item for him is Ungunning Shard. That's so important because it provides 5 intel, 1 armor for every stack. With the Ungunning Scepter, core. Okay, and then the items are actually very flexible because you definitely want an Ethereal Blade because you have high intel. Sometimes you might want to go for BKB Refresher if you find that there are a lot of disables around, a lot of stuns, silencers. You can go for BKB Refresher, and then we can go for sometimes you want to go for Aeon Disc for more survivability. You can go for Force Boots as well. Okay, sometimes we want to go for Windwaker or Hex or Lincolns. That's up to you, right? But the main thing is you need to have Offering Call, Ethereal Blade, Ungunning Shard, and then we have an attack free medal for him. Everything else is up to you. If you feel like you need some survivability items like Aeon, go for it. Or you need Lincolns or Windwaker. That's all situational. It depends on the game. So his item build is usually very situational as long as you get Offering Call, Ethereal Blade, Ungunning Shard. His damage output is actually really high because you have such a low cooldown on Arcane Bolt, and the longer the fight drags, the more intel you get because of your Ungunning Shard ability. So you're actually able to do plenty of damage. Not to mention you have Ancient Seal, which actually perma silences the opponent, and your Mystic Flare deals high burst damage. The only problem is that he's very squishy, and if your opponent has Slardar or melee carry that is jumping onto you, that's going to be a problem. So that's a reason. That might be a reason for you not to play Skywrath Mage unless you have counters for him. What are your thoughts on Slark, Arcane Blink, Altering Core, BKB, Aeon, Trident, Pirate Head, Spell Prism, no Refresher? Optional Ungunning Shard, Ungunning Blessing. Okay, so for Slark you need Ungunning Shard. That's a core item. You don't need Ungunning Blessing because Ungunning Blessing gives you double leap, but it's not reliable because he would still leap even when the opponent has BKB, so you completely miss the opponent because most of the time you want Assassin Medal on Slark. So I don't recommend going for Ungunning anyway. Ungunning Shard is compulsory, and if you're not going for a refresher on Slark, it's not really recommended because going for a refresher guarantees that you get double ulti off. But if you are relying on cooldown reduction, there is still that 4 to 5 seconds downtime where you're not invulnerable. Sorry, you're not hidden in your ulti because of the cooldown, right? So you might be relying on the cooldown reduction, but do not underestimate your opponent's burst damage or disable for them to actually disable you or take you down during that 4 to 5 seconds. So I find that you can go for that build, but it's kind of unreliable because it depends on the matchup. it's just not that safe. Usually you want to go for a reliable build, and using a refresher op gives you that insurance policy that you need sometimes. Yeah. Also, Trident isn't that good of an item on Slark, because you do not take advantage of the Kaya portion of the item, and it's actually a very pricey item. It costs 9k, and the only real benefits is the strength, the Singe and Yasha part of the Trident. So I would generally recommend you, instead of going for Trident, you can go for another DPS item or even a lockdown item like Abyssal Blade instead. Yeah. Pirate Hat is good if you can get it early because of the stacks. The status resistance is actually very good. But at the same time, Pirate Hat is not the best item for Slark, because you would normally want to have a high burst damage hero to actually get Pirate Hat, such as Tiny or Sven, because with these heroes they are able to generate plenty of Pirate Hat stacks as they deal high burst damage. Slark is a single target hero, so you will normally generate Pirate Hat stacks very slowly because you have to kill heroes one by one. Unless you have Pirate Hat on a carry that deals high AoE damage like Gyro or something, and then you transfer it to a Slark late game, then yeah, that's probably fine. So for Slark, I think I covered Slark's item build in this video previously. You can just do a playback and search for that portion where I cover Slark. Yeah, and then if you have any more questions about Slark's item build, you can always message me on YouTube. And I think I made a video on Slark as well, how to build Slark, so you can check that out as well. Yeah. Alright, so now we have Lion. Lion it's a very good scaling hero because you look at his talent. Level 15 talent, it has 70 max health per finger of death Q, so it actually stacks up a lot if you're able to generate those stacks and get plenty of kills, as well as the level 20 talent where you get plus 20 finger of death damage per Q, right? So if you have an Organic Scepter, this actually does AoE damage. So imagine those are all heroes, you will have generated 5 stacks. Okay, let's see like that. Okay, do a refresher. Right, so just with 5 heroes, we have plus 300 bonus damage. These stacks will not actually go away in Dawn of War, right? So if you're able to generate 5 stacks every round, that's actually a lot of damage. You're actually able to burst down. Actually seen Lion casting finger and bursting down the opponent's carry straight up, like their Drow Ranger or their Klings, and then it's actually pretty sad for them. Yeah, but the problem is getting to that point where you can actually do that, because Lion, you need to get an attack free medal. If not, you will actually just be walking forward, and he's going to die quite quickly. And if you go for attack free medal, right, so you just get some quick items. Right, so normally this will probably be your items, or you might want to go for, if you feel like you do not need the refresher or the BKB, you can actually remove them and go for other items, Ethereal Blade or stuff like that. Yeah, that's fine, but you need a Organic Scepter, Obtering Core, Bloodstone. The rest is up to you. I like Force Boots because if your opponents have a jumper, you will actually force back, so you'll be safe. Yeah, that's also another issue, because if your opponents are jumping and you have an attack free medal, let's say an Undying is jumping, there's no way that your line is going to take down the Undying fast enough before the opponent's backline reaches you. Because if you have an attack free medal, they would keep running back as long as you're not able to kill the hero that's right in front of them. In this case, it would be like Undying or Spectre or something. And another thing to mention is that your finger, they will not cast finger unless they are sure that unless the AI is sure that they can actually kill the opponent hero. So if your opponent Undying has like 5k HP or 10k HP jumping onto you, and your Lion's damage, finger of death damage is let's say 3k, 3k can't take down a 5k HP hero, right? So Lion will not cast his finger. Yeah, that's a problem.
When the demon
So that's a problem when you play attack free. And if you don't play attack free, Lion's going to die very fast. So it's a dilemma. It's best to play Lion when there is no strong jumpers. Yeah, unless you have a secondary carry, a physical carry that can actually take down the jumper fast for Lion to actually finger the opponent's backline. Then that will be great, of course. And if you can get Lion to the late game, it's actually really strong because Upspike has a very long cooldown and you have an AoE hack as well. Yep. And late game you can do an Assassin Medal on Lion so that you can finger the opponent's carry straight up and just take them out with one hit.
Prepare for battle.
Okay, so for Lina, Lina is a really good spellcaster that actually scales quite well to the late game as well. You might think that she's just a normal hero. I think she's quite underrated. Yeah, I mean, her spells have really low cooldowns in Dawn of War, and not to mention the Laguna Blade is buffed, so it deals more damage. One thing to note is that Laguna Blade is actually very strong because when you have a Aghanim Shard here, it actually deals AoE Laguna Blade damage, so that's pretty sick. I think Aghanim Shard for Lina is one of the best cost-effective item for damage in the game ever. Yeah, if you get Aghanim Scepter, it's even better because your damage now is pure, which means that it can't be reduced by magic resistance. Yeah, and not to mention, I want to show you something. If you get high cast range, your Lina's ultimate can actually go a really great distance. So you see, look at that. Let's say I have someone who is holding a telescope. You look at the range on that. The range is so far, and anyone that is caught inside this range will actually be zapped, as you can see there. All of them will get hit by a 900 damage Laguna Blade. And if you have spell amplification, that's even better. Right. So normally for Lina you go for this Aghanim Shard, Altering Core. You go for Force Boost as well. A Bloodstone. So you have these three items. These three are your core items. Anything more is up to you. So if you feel like you need a BKB, you can go for BKB. You need a Windlace, go for a Windlace. But just these 4 items, Altering Core, Bloodstone, Force Boots, as well as a Laguna Blade, that's good enough. You can easily deal 20 to 40k damage just with these 4 items. Don't believe it, try it out and then you see. Also, I posted a video on Lina as well. You can check it out quite a while back. Yeah. Lina also scales very good to the late game because with the Bloodstone charges you can deal pure damage Laguna Blade. The only problem with Lina is with jumpers. It's the same thing because your damage comes from magic and pure. If you want, you can definitely go for physical damage Lina. Yeah, that will work as well. As you guys can see, 9 from Tundra, I think. Was it from Tundra? Yeah, they were playing Lina mid, and they had Monkey King Bar and Daedalus, and it deals a lot of damage because the more spells you cast as Lina, the more attack speed you get, and you're actually able to DPS. Yeah, look at the attack speed. It's already 661. Yeah, so you can actually do a right click build if you want to after that. Then you can actually even take down jumpers. Yeah, but Lina is best used against attack free heroes or against like you want to get past their tanks, right? So Laguna Blade is actually able to hit beyond that because of its cast range. Obviously you need to get Altering Core, and if you can, you need to roll for cast range as well. cast range neutral item. Yeah. Okay, next we have is Tusker. So I think a lot of you might be wondering why Tusker? Why is Tusker A tier? I barely see him in game at all. Right, so I mean that's true, yes. Tusker shouldn't be played in the game most of the time because he fulfills a really specific role. So I've covered Bane and Batrider before, right? So what does Bane and Batrider do? They help to basically you want to take down the opponent carry. Bane helps to lock them down, while Batrider helps to pull the opponent's carry out of position, right? So Tusker does a similar role by helping to displace the opponent to get them out of position, not by pulling, but by kicking. So, for example, we have a Drow Ranger. Alright, so we have a Drow Ranger there, and Drow Ranger is going to do a lot of damage to us unless we find a way to deal with the Drow Ranger, right? So if you have an Aghanim Scepter, normally go for Octane Core as well. You want to go for Refresher, a Dagger, Aeon, maybe Lincoln Sphere. Alright, so these are your standard items for Tusker, and then you would want to get the Assassin Medal as well. You want to disable the Ice Shards because sometimes the Ice Shard might impede your movement, it might block you out. Like for that, you see you can't go past anymore, so we disable the Ice Shard for that. Yeah, okay, so what you do is that you get these items. What the AI will do is you jump back, snowball, and then you kick the Drow Ranger to your team. Alright, and then you will do the same thing over and over again if you have Assassin Medal. Yep, so in the same way like Batrider, where Batrider pulls the opponents out, Tusker would kick your opponent's carry out, and it will kick that particular hero that you Assassin Medal. If you don't have Assassin Medal, you will just randomly kick heroes back. Yeah, so this works well when you have opponents have very strong backline heroes that you can't deal with, right? You don't have a Lina, you don't have an OD. There's no way for you to deal damage past their front line. They have such a strong front line. Maybe they have 3 to 4 tanks, and maybe 2 or 3 carries behind. You can't touch them. So we use a Batrider to pull them out. We use a Tusker to kick them out. And then when their carries are dead, their tanks can't do anything because you need carries to do damage. Their tanks alone, they can survive, but there's no damage done. Yeah. So Tusker is really OP in this aspect because it's hard to touch him. He has such a low cooldown on Snowball, and he will most likely be either blinking or in a Snowball state. So you can actually upgrade your dagger to Arcane Blink so that the everything will be smoother because your cast point is reduced by 50%. Yeah. So that's how you use Tusker. Okay, right now we are going to take a 2 minutes break. I'm going to get some water and then we'll continue with the S tier. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are interested more in the S tier heroes and why they are there. I assure you S tier heroes are there for a reason because they're just that good. Okay, 2 minutes break. See you guys later. Alright, I'm back. Yep. Okay. Alright, I got a question. So, how do you counter, let's say, anti-tanks heroes like Doom or Shadow Demon having break specifically? Let's say you have a jumper main like Lash, X, or BB. Okay, so normally if there is a Shadow Demon and a Doom in the game, it's not advisable to play jumpers. Okay, actually it depends, because if your jumper is not reliant on passive spells, passive abilities like dispersion or return or bristleback, then it's fine. Some examples would be Undying, Wraith King. These two heroes do not really rely on their passive ability. Then you can go ahead and jump, because even if you doom them or even if you break them, they will still come back again, right? They have reincarnation. Okay, if you are playing heroes that are reliant on passive abilities, then it's really hard, because once you get doomed with a Guardian Scepter, or once you get broken, the main utility of your hero is gone. You can't actually do anything with it. For Lash is still okay, because your Pulse Nova is still active, so there might still be a chance where it might be useful if your opponent do not have enough burst damage to take you down during the doom. For Shadow Demon, break is still okay, because the break has a shorter duration, and you're still able to cast spells because it's not a silence, right? Yeah. One way to counter that is by rolling a God of War armor. God of War armor is able to prevent you from getting broken. You might be silenced, but you are not broken, so that might help in the late game. Yeah, if you get a tier 5 item and just roll for that, it might probably still work. Yeah. Yeah, there's probably no other way, unless you have high status resistance. For Slardar, for example, it's hard to actually take him down, because he has really high status resistance, and if you try to break him, let's say for Shadow Demon's break, the duration will be really short. Like a 5 seconds will actually last 1 to 2 seconds because of its high status resistance, or a Doom ulti might last like just 4 seconds. Or like if you're fighting against an Ursa or fighting against a Doom, you do not want to actually ulti them using a Doom. You're actually wasting it, because they would recover from the Doom or the break really quickly. Yes. One way, yes, you can throw useless heroes also, but the problem is that the opponent can use Assassin Medal, and then when they have Assassin Medal, they will not actually be targeting the heroes that you are jumping first to actually bait the spells out. One way is to do what I did. I just uploaded a video actually a few days ago with Pangolier and how to bait the spells out. So if you're playing jumpers, one way is to use a Pango or a Storm, or even a Clockwork, heroes that can jump, and then you jump forward to bait the spells out. But the issue is that, like I mentioned, Assassin Medal, they will Assassin Medal your Timbersaw or your Bristleback, which means that you need Mirana as well. So when you have a Mirana, it provides global invisibility to all your heroes, right? Which means that they have no vision at all of your heroes except for the jumper. So even though they have Assassin Medal, they can't target your Bristleback or your Timbersaw, because they are invis with Mirana's ulti. So when that happens, the only target that they can cast their Doom on or their Break on is your jumper, such as your Pango or your Storm Spirit or your Clockwork. So that would actually help to keep your jumper safe. Yeah, that's another way to do it, by baiting the opponent's spells out. But you need Mirana, because if not, I can just use a Delayer or Teleporter with an Assassin Medal and then still doom you, because I have Assassin Medal. Yeah, so that's a good question. Alright, so now we are going for our S tier heroes. S tier heroes, we have the first one we have is X. I think it's no question that X is one of the king of the jumpers, because when you have X, okay, so now in the new meta, it's really a level 17 games, right? I think you're referring to elf level. Not really good. Can you go level 21, 25 since not cost efficient? Actually, it's better to go for level 21 now, because the talent has been changed, such that level 21 talents provide you with plus 300 gold. So the earlier you get it, the more you can reap the rewards of the plus 300 gold. If you get it late, you can't actually maximize the potential of it. and it's 300 gold per round, not per battle. Not per battle, yes. Which means that let's say there are 40 rounds in the game. That's 300 times 40, which is 12k additional gold, just by doing nothing. Yeah, that's why you want to rush the level 21 if you can afford it, and go for your plus 300 gold. And you go for it early because you won't lose that much health as compared to late game. If you get it too late, firstly it won't be as effective. Secondly, you'll be spending too much money and not getting your core items, so that's not good. Getting AGs nowadays is not a good thing because if you get it too early, you're missing out on the extra gold. Your economy will be really bad, and if you see the end game screen, your opponent might be 20 to 30k more than you because of pirate head stacks and plus 300 gold. So you gotta watch out if you're going for AGs. Make sure that if you go for AGs, there's a reason. Maybe your heroes are really greedy, so you need the time to actually build your heroes, right? Because you have multiple core heroes that needs to be built. Like maybe you have Centaur, you have Slark. Those heroes need to be fully built. Yeah, you just can't go. You can't just go for 1-2 items on them and hope that they will carry you the game. So if you're going for AGs, make sure that you have a reason for going so. Yeah, level 25 is good to rush as well, because if you get a good neutral item early, you can actually change the entire game. Imagine I get a Giant's Ring on a Centaur at round maybe 16 or round 20. That's a game breaker. Giant's Ring on Centaur, and you have a full build Centaur. That Centaur would carry you the entire game. Yeah, so that's a good reason to go for it for the neutral item. If you're lucky, you can just win the game straight up. And the second talent, which is the 3 advanced items, that is really good as well, because that advanced item, each item costs 5k and above. So even if you do not benefit from those items, you can just sell it off and you would definitely get 7.5k gold back. Yeah, so it's like a free level 21 to level 25 rush, and yeah, you're actually paying yourself off just by getting that level 25. You'll be essentially getting a free hero slot on the field. Yeah, and if you're lucky, you can get some good items on the level, the advanced items. Then good for you. Yeah. So yeah, that is definitely a good reason for you to rush level 21 and 25 in this patch. Keeping at level 17 is not that good now because, like I mentioned, you are losing on a lot of gold for the plus 300 gold talent. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. If the game goes to 35, you get 7.5k gold. It depends on how many rounds it goes to. Basically 300 times 25. I think that's the map, right? So yes, that's 7.5k gold. Yeah, so if you can, always rush for 300 gold talent now. Alright, so for X is one of the most OP jumpers around because of the Berserker Core. And Berserker Core actually pierces BKB. So when you jump in and you call them, they are forced to attack you, right? And when they attack you, you will actually pop your counter helix. And remember, counter helix is pure, and it also pierces BKB. So that's actually really good actually. Yes, it's always good to go for a Ganim Shard because it increases the proc chance by 5%. Even though you are not attacking or you do not have high attack speed, but let's say you have 20% chance with a Ganim Shard, that would be 25%. They don't show it here, but it is there, so 25% chance. That's why it's that good. And Culling Blade is actually buffed in Dawn of War as well, so I think it's 900 damage Q threshold. Alright, so for X, I think the items are quite standard. You generally want these items: BKB, Refresher, Dagger. Aghanim Scepter is very important because it gives you additional armor per called target as well as reduces the cooldown. And then you might want to go for an Aeon Disc somewhere, Bloodstone, Lotus. Yeah, so these are the items that I generally go for. You can actually replace the Lotus or the Aeon Disc depending on the situation. If you think that you're able to survive, you can be greedy and go for better items. Yeah. Okay, so for your dagger upgrade, you can go for Fallen Sky or you can go for Overwhelming Dagger. They are both good. The reason why I normally go for Overwhelming Dagger is that Overwhelming Dagger has a shorter cooldown in Dawn of War as compared to Fallen Sky. Cooldown I think is about 6 seconds I think for Blink Daggers, and for Fallen Sky the cooldown is 15 seconds, so it's a bit longer. But the good thing is that when you have a Fallen Sky, it stuns the opponent AoE stun, right? So that helps to set up for your core. But if you feel like you do not need the AoE stun, it's wiser to go for the Overwhelming Dagger because it provides more damage with the active that it does. Basically, it deals 200 plus 100% of your strength. Yeah. So if you can afford it, I would prefer going for an Overwhelming Dagger because your blink cooldown is way shorter. Yeah. So in general, real gameplay scenario, what heroes do you ideally go for if they are available? Not considering the realistic possibility that all of them appear in a single game. So in general, heroes that you see in S tier, all these heroes are okay to go for in every single game. That's why they are S tier for a reason, because they are just that good. Like you see for X, for Beastmaster, for IO, Centaur, Omni, these heroes are generally heroes that provide invaluable spells. Omni Knight's Guardian Angel, there is no hero like that. Your Guardian Angel provides you physical immunity for your entire team. IO provides a gunning buff as well as send home. So all these heroes are so broken that you can just pick them up whatever the hero pool is blindly without seeing, and most of the time it would work. Yeah. For A heroes, normally you want to see the situation. They are good, yes, but there are possible counters such as Abaddon, where if your opponent has a break ability, Abaddon, there's a chance that Abaddon might not be casting his ulti off because of the break. Yeah, so you need to get a BKB. So that's some examples where A heroes are good, they do their job very well, but there are possible counters, so you need to take note. For S heroes, they are just quite near impossible to counter, because Centaur, while you might not be able to jump if the opponent has 2 more SD, but your ultimate still provides you damage mitigation 40% for 4 seconds, and if you have a refresher, that's 8 seconds of damage mitigation, so it's still very respectable. Beastmaster has an attack speed aura, and he has an ulti that actually pierces BKB. Yeah, so all these heroes, you can just pick them up anytime you want. Okay, next we have is Beastmaster.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, Arc Change is broken in this game, but yeah, this tier list was created before that change, so I'm not sure if Arc Warden will be nerfed. I think it should be nerfed in the future, but yeah, I might talk more about Arc Warden after this. Currently, I think that he's S tier. I always pick him as well if he's available. He's just too broken now, especially with on this refresh out, and if let's say you have a strong jumper in front, jumper dies, Arc Warden revives. Yeah. The only drawback is that when you're playing Arc Warden, you can't have too many heroes. If you have, let's say, 7-8 heroes on the pool and 1 or 2 hero dies which have no items, Arc Warden might revive them, because reviving is random. So make sure that you have your heroes are kept to a minimum, and they all are useful and are well stocked up. We have items on them, so the revive is worth the while. Yeah. Alright, so Beastmaster, normally you want to go for attack free medal as well. So the good thing about Beastmaster is that your ulti actually places BKB and it's actually a stun. So that's actually very useful. If your opponent is trying to jump you, you will just opponent and you can actually hold them in place. The cooldown for Primal Roll is actually really short in Dawn of War, so you can actually spam it quite often. And another good thing about Beastmaster is that your Axis has no cooldown Arcanum Scepter, which means that you can actually deal stacking damage the longer the fight drags out. So this is the hero that actually benefits from long drawn out fights. So heroes that are good with Beastmaster would be Necrophos, Dazzle, Chen, heroes that actually provide plenty of sustain so that you can drag the fight out as long as possible. Zoo builds are really good with Beastmaster because of the inner beast aura that it provides. Nature's Prophet with Beastmaster, Lycan, Broodmother, those are really good combos. Just make sure that the opponent do not have high AoE damage, or even an Ember Spirit, or even a Templar Assassin. Templar is the worst counter. I mean, sorry, it's the best counter to Zoo builds, because your side blades, right, actually is able to actually what do you call that? Split, right? So it might hit a multiple units at the back. Yeah, not split, sorry, spill. Yeah, so it will spill to the multiple targets at the back. And previously, when we did a test with Templar Assassin, the opponent hero is here, the primary target was here, and the secondary target was here, and we are still able to hit the enemy unit here by hitting the primary target. That's because spill range is actually that OP, it's actually that far. Yeah. So please do not play Zoo when the opponent has a Templar Assassin. Yeah. As I mentioned, the Inner Beast provides 75 attack speed to your team, and if you look at how much attack speed costs, one Hyperstone provides you 60 attack speed, right? So 60 attack speed, that is about let's say it's the same, so that's about 2k, 2k, and then if you are providing that same amount of attack speed for 4 heroes, that's actually 8k. So you can see that there's actually a dollar value assigned to Beastmaster's aura, right? So it's actually really useful. So you are actually able to get one slot less attack speed for your carry. So if you're playing a carry like Klings, you don't have to go for Butterfly because you have attack speed from Beastmaster. You can go for another damage item. So that's a very good thing, because carries item slots are very important. You do not want to be buying items that are not that useful if you don't have to. Yeah. So for Bloodstone, I generally don't recommend building Bloodstone as the first item, because you might want to go for early stacks, but do you realize sometimes that your hero keeps dying because Bloodstone doesn't provide anything at all? All it does is provides you HP and spell aim, but the spell aim is so negligible that is not funny, because in Dawn of War, when you buy a Bloodstone, you start with 0 charges, right? So basically, when you buy a Bloodstone, what you get is 4 to 5 mana, 4 to 5 HP, 8 spell amplification. Alright, but if you look at Now Talisman provides you 6 spell amplification in Dawn of War. Okay, so and the cost is so much cheaper. So if you're going for a spell aim, you can go for a few Now Talisman early game that deals so much more. Bloodstone, you want to get it, yes, but let's say you are playing an Outward Devourer, you go for early Bloodstone. You are completely relying on that first ulti to actually carry you. I would rather you go for an Aether Lens, a Refresher Orb first, so that you can reliably cast your 2 ultis to play your opponent team first before you go for a Bloodstone. Then when you get a Bloodstone, you are actually able to reap the rewards because you have the damage with Aether Lens and Refresher. So that will be better instead. Make sure that you have enough damage first before you go for a Bloodstone. Try not to go for a first item Bloodstone, because you will not be able to deal damage, and you will actually just lose the fight, and your Bloodstone charge will still remain 0 most of the time. Make sure that you're able to survive or deal damage before you actually buy a Bloodstone. Yeah.
Enemies need killing.
Hey, hi, Sipasen. I watch your videos sometimes as well. I think you have good content as well. So yeah, looking forward to more videos from you, bro.
Prepare for battle.
Alright, so for Centaur, I don't think this hero needs any introduction. This is a really versatile hero, as we all know. You can play him with a Meepo, or you can play him with multiple jumpers like with a Spectre, Night Stalker, Phantom Assassin, Sven, and they are all good because of this spell. So what Centaur's ulti does is that his ulti provides you trample duration of 4.5 seconds. And what does the Stampede do actually? Stampede actually gives you 40% damage reduction. So that's actually pretty sick because it provides damage reduction for your entire team. If you look at Ursa Warrior, Ursa actually provides you damage reduction as well, right? So Let's look at Asa.
The first of many bloodings. Yes.
Right, so Asa provides 80% damage reduction, but this is for one hero. If you look at Centaur, Centaur provides damage reduction for your entire team, 40%. So once you have a Centaur, it's kind of hard for your opponents to actually burst you down with your Stampede up. So generally you go for Aghanim Refresher. This is your core item. Aghanim Refresher, BKB first, right? And then after that, you generally want to go for a jumper build. When you go for Overwhelming Dagger, you can go for Bloodstone. I would prefer going for a Trident actually instead of a Bloodstone. So what I will do is that I'll go for a Bloodstone early game, and then I would break it up and go for a Trident, because a Trident just provides so much more for Centaur. And then you'll be asking me, if you go for a Trident and you don't have a Bloodstone, how do you actually spell Lifesteal? Because in Dawn of War, Centaur actually has spell Lifesteal talent, right? And then when you get a Trident, Trident actually is able to give you allows you to boost your spell lifesteal amp, so you are able to steal more lifesteal. You're able to lifesteal more as well, because there's a 30% spell lifesteal amplification from that Kaya component in the Trident. So with that slot save, you can actually go for multiple Apexes. If you go for multiple Apexes and then you have a Gunning Shard, every time you cast a double edge, you actually increase your strength by 15%. And when you have a Giant's Ring, that's actually really crazy, because you're able to stack your strength with probably 600 to 700 figures. Yeah. So you upgrade your BKB to Beast Horn, and then you might want to get an Assassin Medal as well. When you go for Assassin Medal, you just aim the Drow or aim the range carries, and then the Centaur will just stand on top of them, and then they'll just get burned not a lot of damage. So if you look at Giant's Ring, path over the terrain and deals 100% of your strength per second to units you are standing on top of. So let's say we have, so as you can see, I'm doing my damage per second is actually like 600 damage per second to my opponent, because of my strength multiplier. I have 100%, I have 5 to 600 strength, so I'm doing 5 to 600 damage per second just by standing on top of them. Yeah, and I have such high HP that it's actually really hard to burst down. So if you're playing spellcasters, there's no way that you're going to take down Centaur with this build. If you're playing carries, Klings and Drow Ranger, is just going to be really hard, because Centaur is always going to be in your face. So you need multiple carries, or you need some kind of buffers or debuff such as Slardar to reduce the armor of Centaur. So one of the weakness of Centaur is that he usually has very low armor, because you'll be building strength. So you can take advantage of this by going for Slardar or armor reduction build, and this will actually help you to kill Centaur. Yeah, that's one way you can take down Centaur. So yes, Centaur is a S-star hero because of this. The Storm is actually a really long duration as well. So all in all, Centaur is a OP hero that you can pick every game without fail.
Prepare for battle.
Alright, so Luna plus Vengeful. Okay, so Luna's, I think previously Luna's aura provides damage, percentage base damage, based on your base damage, sorry. But now it is giving you flat damage. So Luna's aura is not that strong now. So I don't recommend picking Luna for the aura now. Vengeful is actually really strong now. Yes, Vengeful previously was ranged, that's really good. But now it's actually base damage amplification, which is, I think it's 48% of your base damage. So Vengeful aura is actually pretty good now. So yes, you can pick a Vengeful support for the aura. Just make sure that your heroes can actually utilize the aura by having apexes, or your hero has high base stat For example, Vengeful with Silencer, because Silencer is able to steal a lot of intel, so that would be a good combo. Or if you're playing a Drow Ranger, because a Drow Ranger has an aura which actually boosts your agility, right? So you can go for 2 to 3 apexes on Drow Ranger with Hurricane Pike, Force Boots and Satanic. So your Drow Ranger will have like 1k agility, and in this case your Vengeful Aura will provide you 500 agility, which is insane because your Drow would have 1.5k to 2k damage without crit. Yeah, so you can still go for it, but you must make sure that your hero combination is good. I don't recommend Luna, but Vengeful, yes, it's viable. Falcon Blade on Tinker, yes, I normally go for 2 to 3 Falcon Blades on Tinker. So I'll go for Force Boots, Aether Lens, these two my core items, Bloodstone, and then I'll go for 2 Falcon Blades. And if the fight actually drags on for a really long time and I do not have enough mana regen, I'll go for a 3rd Falcon Blade. Yeah. But late game I'll always roll for Seer Stone, and Seer Stone provides a high amount of mana regen as well. So when I have a Seer Stone, I will remove 1 Falcon Blade or 2 Falcon Blades and get another item for Tinker, maybe like a Hex or an Aeon Disc for extra defenses, or maybe an Abyssal Blade if the opponent has multiple jumpers. But if I'm going for Abyssal Blade, I need to be careful, because if you have Lotus Orb, opponent have Lotus Orb, sorry, the Tinker will actually stun the opponent, but it would actually reflect the stun back to Tinker itself. So Tinker will be stunned, and since Tinker is your main damage dealer, that will be bad. So if the opponent has Lotus Orb, then I will not get Abyssal Blade on Tinker. Yeah, because Falcon Blades, okay, if you check my playbacks, I think in this video I covered previously in the A tier for Tinker, Falcon Blade provides 25 mana regen in Dawn of War instead of 1.8 mana regen in Dota. So that's 1.1k for 25 mana regen. If you take a look at Hex provides 9 mana regen for 5.6k gold. Falcon Blade costs 1.1k gold, and it provides 25 mana regen. And not to mention when you have a Bloodstone, for example, Bloodstone provides 100% mana regen amplification. So with a Bloodstone and a Falcon Blade would provide you 50 mana regen per Falcon Blade. If you have 2 Falcon Blade, you would have 100 mana regen, and that's 2.2k gold plus a Bloodstone, which is 5.8k. So just with 8k gold, you'll be getting 100 to 120 mana regen just with these 3 items. And with these 3 items, there is no need for you to go for Boots of Travel anymore, because your mana regen would be enough to actually keep you up in the fight for you to spam your abilities. Yeah. Right, so for IO is a really OP hero now. Actually, it has always been OP lah. It has always been OP. Firstly, because of the Tether. Tether provides HP and mana amplification, right? So what this means is that when you're tethering a ally, you provide HP regen and lots of it. So you want to go for a Holy Locket, because when you have a Holy Locket, it actually amplifies the heals you provide by 35%. So this 35% is stacked onto the 1.2 mana and 1.2 HP regen that you provide. So it's really hard to take down the hero that you are tethering. Normally I'll go for a Heart as well. So we have a Heart and a Holy Locket. It's really hard to actually take down the carry that you are tethering. Yeah. Not to mention that in Dawn of War, your level 25 talent provides Aghanim buff to the tethered hero. Yeah. So that's a free Aghanim scepter. So it's a free slot. You don't have to waste your money to buy Aghanim scepter. Also, in Dawn of War, Relocate has a shorter cooldown because level 25 talent provides you with a reduced cooldown for Relocate. I think it's reduced to 15 seconds to 20 seconds, so you're able to relocate back quite often. Yeah. So for IO, you will go for this. Normally I'll just go for these items for IO with a follower medal. Yep. sometimes you might want to go for a Glimmer Cape as well, so that you cast the Glimmer Cape onto your hero that you're tattering, or even a Lincoln's, for example. If you're fighting a sniper, you can cast a Lincoln's on the hero that you're following. So it's a really versatile item build. But if you ask me, the core item build is just these 4 items, and then you can decide if you need more. Yeah, so IO is good because it enables your hero to do much more. Not to mention, Overcharge provides spell amplification and attack speed.
Tremble before me.
Journey on.
Okay, so normally I don't pick Invoker because Invoker in Dawn of War, I think it's too unreliable. Normally you want the main reason why you pick Invoker is for the Cataclysm, let's be honest. But the reason is that I don't pick him is that if he casts Cataclysm too early when your heroes are still walking, opponent heroes are still walking, then the Cataclysm will totally miss the opponent. Generally you want the Cataclysm to be casted while the heroes are not moving, right? But you can't control that situation. So there might be times when Invoker shines, and there might be times when Invoker doesn't shine. But it's too unreliable, and he's way better during 2v2 stages. But during the 1v1 stage, I don't think Invoker is that useful anymore because of that unreliability. But if you want to play Invoker, you can do it. You can go for Follower Medal Invoker. What this does is that Invoker will cast Alacrity on your main carry. Yeah, Alacrity provides you a lot of attack speed and damage. So it'll be a free damage boost for your carry hero. Yeah, so you can try that out if you want to play Invoker. Yeah, but generally I don't advise going for Invoker because it's too unreliable. Cataclysm does pierce BKB, but like I mentioned, you can't predict when he will cast it. Yeah, if you cast it in the wrong timing, then you're just totally wasted. His other spells are just subpar, and yeah, countered by BKB quite easily. Alright, so for Omni Knight, you always play him as a support. I've not tried him as a carry. Recently there's a buff where Hammer of Purity, I think, has a shorter cooldown. I think there's no cooldown, and also it deals pure damage based on its base damage. Yeah, but I've not tried that before, so I'll do some experimentation and we'll see. But just with this, okay, the core items for Omni Knight is Aeon Disc and Refresher. That's all. Because just with these 2 items, yeah, that useful because Guardian Angel has such a big radius. Look at the radius, it's 1.2k. So generally you do not need an Aghanim Scepter unless you have heroes in the backline and you have heroes jumping to your opponent's backline. That's when you need Aghanim Scepter, so that you want to make your Guardian Angel global, right? That's when you need Aghanim Scepter. But if not, you don't have to. Not much to say. We only pick Omni Knight for the Guardian Angel, and the heal is alright, it's not the best. Heavenly Grace is really good. You use a Follower Medal on him, so that he will cast the Heavenly Grace on your carry, providing it with 50% status resistance. Yeah, so 50% status resistance means that it's really hard to stun your carry. Yeah, and you might not need to get a BKB once you have this as well. Yep. So if you need a BKB somehow, yeah, you can go for a BKB in case the opponent has a silence like Earth Spirit or a Night Stalker. Yeah, that's about it for Omni Knight. Top tier support. One thing to mention is that Omni Knight isn't really good against magic carries and pure damage carries. So if you're facing against a Lina or an OD, Omni Knight can't save you. So that's one of the weaknesses of Omni Knight. Yeah. Alright, so next we have Phoenix. Phoenix Supernova is a really OP spell because your stun actually pierces through BKB, if you do not know. You will not take the damage from the Supernova, but you will still be stunned. See on BKB. Yeah, you'll still be stunned. Actually, I don't think you will be taking damage. Let me see. Alright, yeah, seems like you'll still be taking damage, and you get stunned through the BKB, which is a really good thing for Phoenix. Yeah, and the stun duration is actually really long, 3.5 seconds. You can be increased by going for Philosopher's Stone, Timeless Relic, sorry, plus 25 debuff duration. So in this case, it will be 3.5 times 1.25, which is close to like maybe a 4.75. Yeah, so that's actually very good. And one thing you need to understand is that Sun Ray actually deals percentage based damage based on your max HP. This is one of the reasons why Phoenix is so OP even in the competitive Dota scene. So this is the same, it works the same way for Dawn of War as well. And if you get a is there an Aghanim Scepter? No. Okay, so if you get a Aghanim Shard in Dawn of War, you're able to cast the Sun Ray in the Supernova. Yeah, I don't think it works. I don't think it works in normal Dota. Okay, it does. Yeah, yeah. So basically, this is what it does. Oh, yeah, okay, it's the same actually. Yeah, so allow Sun Ray to be casted during Supernova. This is actually really good because you always pick Phoenix in the front row, and when doing so, upon seeing the first enemy hero, you would immediately go into the egg form. And in the egg form, you cast a Sun Ray, and if your opponent doesn't have a BKB, you will actually be able to just take them down really quickly because of the Sun Ray. So normally you go for Refresher and Aeon Disc for Phoenix, and Aghanim Shard is the main thing. That's very important. And okay, so there's two ways to play Phoenix. The three ways to play Phoenix. The first way is that you have a tank in front. So let's say you have this is a Wraith King, for example. So the positioning is that the Wraith King is in front, your Phoenix is behind, and then you egg. Alright, that's a safe way to play because they will be attacking your Wraith King, right? They won't be attacking your Phoenix. Another way is that you put your Phoenix right in front of everything, and then you do not have a tank. Basically, you have 5 spellcasters at the back with follower medals and delayers, and then you have a Phoenix here. So in this case, you want to go for an Aghanim Scepter because you want the increased hits. So what you do is that you get an Aghanim Scepter, and then you just ulti here. They most likely will not be able to take down your Phoenix egg before it breaks because your Phoenix will actually ulti way earlier since it's the only hero in front. Yeah. Yes, always cancel the dive and the fire spirits. All you need is the Sun Ray and the Supernova. Yeah, that's the standard way to play. And if you want, you can go for a Radiance and a Veil also, but those are luxury items. Yeah. You might need to go for a BKB also, depending if the opponent have silencers or stuns. Yeah, so you need a BKB to actually break that sometimes. And also the third way to play Phoenix is you put him all the way at the back. Let's say the opponent has plenty of jumpers, right? And you have multiple spellcasters at the back. So let's say these are all spellcasters. Your spellcasters, your Grimstroke, we have a Lion here, maybe a Skywrath Mage here, and an Omni Knight here, right? So, and then the opponent have a jumper like an Axe or a Centaur, and you do not want them to actually be able to control your team. So what you do is that you can do a teleporter on your Phoenix so that your Phoenix will spawn behind your spellcasters. So when the opponent jump in, immediately your Phoenix will start casting the ulti, and then they will be caught in the Supernova's 3.5 seconds stun duration. And during that stun duration, your heroes most likely they will have attack free medal and follower medal, so they can actually walk back and actually be safe. Or you have a force boots. Yeah, and then if you have a refresher, you actually start casting a second ulti. And during the second ulti, 6 seconds duration, 3.5 seconds stun duration, which means that you only have a 2.5 seconds duration to react. Yeah, so 3 ways to play. First, put him right in front, so he will be the tanker. Second way is put him behind the tank, and then the third way, like I mentioned, is put him behind your carries or your spellcasters. Yeah. Okay, so for Undying you might be wondering how come it's in the top tier as compared to Abaddon. So one reason is because Abaddon ulti, like I mentioned, can be broken, and also if you doom the Abaddon, he might not be able to get out the second ulti. But Undying has reincarnation, which means that it doesn't matter what you do, he will always be able to get out this ulti, get out the reincarnation, which makes him more reliable because he has reincarnation. He does not have any passive abilities as well, which means that you can't break him. Yeah, and normally Undying is really good when you have items. Without item he's fine, he's alright. But when you give him items, his usefulness actually skyrockets. He actually become a legit tank damage. Yeah, you need a giant's ring for him to do damage. So let's say you have a giant's ring here. Understand that Undying ulti provides damage amplification and also strength multiplier of 60%, which means that when you cast your ulti, 4k HP, I get 6.3k HP, and I have increased strength. And with the sorry, not Apex, with the Giant's Ring, you are also able to trample the opponent and deal damage based on your strength. Yeah, and remember you have strength multiplier. So the build for Undying is actually BKB, refresher. You will go for a heart, and you go for 3 Apex. So this is the build for Undying. Okay, sorry, you need a overwhelming dagger. And you need an assassin medal. Yeah, so what happens is that you upgrade this to Peace Horn as well, so you need the armor. When you press the ulti, you will immediately have 20k HP because Apex provides you with 125 stats. Actually, I can create Apex. Let me try. Nah, it's not that strong here. Never mind. Shard, Aghanim Shard, Octarine. No, you don't need Octarine Core. Shard and Aghanim Shard are luxury items because when you have 3 Apexes, you already have that much strength already. You don't really need to cast a decay for strength steal. Another thing is that strength steal requires them to be non-magic immune. When they are magic immune, you can't actually steal strength. And each strength stolen, I think it's 10 to 20, so it's not that good actually. You would just want the instant strength boost from Apex that is more reliable as compared to gaining strength with the first spell. I mean, it's still possible, but then your item build will need to change. Probably you don't want Apexes, you want Lotus Orb, Heart, stuff like that, you know. So do you recommend neutral item, the tier 3? Yeah, Havoc's Hammer is actually really good as a early substitute for Giant's Ring. Obviously Giant's Ring is the end game item, but yeah, if you can get a Havoc's Hammer, is also really good for Undying, definitely. Yeah, but if you ask me to choose, I would definitely go for a Giant's Ring because Havoc's Hammer has a cooldown of 10 seconds, while Giant's Ring is always on. Yeah, And not only that, it gives you extra move speed so that you won't be kited that easily by your opponent. Yeah. Yes, correct. Undying weakness, he has no armor, so you need to go for Beast Horn, and sometimes you still might not have enough. So you might need to substitute some Apex for maybe a Lotus Orb or Shiva's Guard. It depends on the opponent's lineup as well. If your opponent has a Slardar, then you just gotta be sure, because you might not want to have that high HP. You want to have more armor instead for damage mitigation. Yeah.
Keep your thoughts to yourself. You are in my presence.
Alright, so next hero we have is Wraith King. Wraith King is basically a really annoying hero, because he will just come back alive again and again. You need to kill him so many times. So the first item you need for him is Aghanim Scepter. If you have nothing to buy, I mean if you have the first item that can give you the biggest value for Wraith King is Aghanim Scepter. Because with Aghanim Scepter you are actually able to come back to life again, and you'll be essentially having like 3 lives, right? Because the first life you die, you incarnate. Second 2 lives, sorry. Second time you die, you don't have the reincarnation on, but you have your Aghanim Scepter, so you turn into a wraith form, and they will still attack the wraith form. Yeah. Once you have enough money, you can go for an Aeon Disc. Yeah, Aeon Disc will actually give you an additional 2.5 seconds of time to delay your opponent. And the next item is Refresher. So what happens is that Wraith King will die once, and then when he comes back alive the second time, he will cast the Refresher off. Yeah. Let's say the opponent has mass disables or high damage output, and Wraith King got bursted down before he cast the Refresher off. Not to worry, because he can still cast Refresher during the Wraith form. So let's say we have an enemy hero who's doing a lot of damage. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Let me just remove the free spells. Alright, so he dies, comes back to life, dies again. So during this period, look at this, I can still cast my Refresher, and then when he dies, he'll get respawned again. So don't worry if he gets busted down. The only problem is that it disable you through the Wraith form. So that's when you need a BKB as well on top of your Aeon Disc. So that's basically it. You also could do a jumper with a Wraith King as well, with a Assassin Medal. Let's say your opponents are playing Spellcasters, Skywrath Mage, Lion. So what you do is that you go for a Blink Dagger, and then you just jump them, and what this happens is that they'll just keep running back and back, or they'll be preoccupied with your Wraith King, and then your carries can walk forward and actually kill them. Yeah, so that's also a legit strat. You can do this with heroes like Undying, Wraith King, Abaddon as well. Yeah. Wraith King cannot be played as a carry. I tried before, so I wouldn't recommend playing as a carry if any of you guys are thinking about it.
Rise from your grave.
Alright, Wraith King is a really OP hero here because he's both a tank as well as a carry. Alright, so I mean you guys know why he's a carry, because he has Searing Arrows multi-shot. He has Strafe. So basically, Klings is able to do a lot of damage. Not to mention when you break out of skeleton mode, you are able to create the skeletons here, and you are able to do damage as well. The reason why I say you can be played as a tank is because when you have your Guardian Scepter, you have a Burning Army. So in Dawn of War, what happens is that Klings will cast its Burning Army sideways. Yeah, so in a way this acts as a tank because the opponents will attack your skeleton archers first. Yeah, so normally I will go for a refresher. If I'm playing a frontline Klings, I'll go for a refresher. I can go for BKB as well. Dragon Lance. I need the Aghanim Shard as well. So you need to understand that Klings Burning Army has a fixed attack rate. So there is no point in giving it more attack speed if you're playing this build, because more attack speed does not increase the damage, but pure damage increases the damage. So if you're going for rapiers, for example, you can see that the archers has more damage now, and he also has increased attack range because of your because of my talent, as well as because of my dragon lance. Yeah, so one way to play is like throwing a burning army, refreshing, and throwing another burning army. So this is actually quite decent as well actually. Of course, if you're playing the backline, you wouldn't want to go for this. You will just go for pure damage. So you go for Hurricane Pike, go for PKB, Daedalus, Satanic, PKB. You can go for an early Butterfly as well. The earlier you go for the Butterfly, the better, because it forces your opponent to go for Monkey King Bar. And then once you realize that there are multiple Monkey King Bars, all you need to do is break the Butterfly, and then you can go for an Apex if you want to, or you can move the Butterfly to another hero. Yeah, or you can actually just go for something else, such as you can go for Bloodthorn, or you can go for a Nullifier as well. If your opponent has Aeon Disc and they are jumping, Nullifier will help to purge off the Aeon Disc buff, and you'll be able to burst them down without the Aeon Disc activating as well. Yeah. So Klings is good because it's a multi-shot carry, and his Burning Army is also able to multi-shot as well. So unlike heroes like Drow, where if your opponent jump you, they can't do anything, because Drow is very squishy and you're very reliant on your ulti for damage, right? Klings is not reliant on his ulti for damage. I mean, it does give a lot of damage from the ulti, but what I mean is that even if you're jumping Klings, he can still destroy you, because the ulti provides lots of HP and damage. And you can actually, the hero will actually will actually death pack its own creeps as well if you have the Aghanim Shard. You create the illusion and you just eat it, or Aghanim, where you create a burning army and you just eat the skeleton archers. As you can see here, I have a very high HP and damage, so it's really hard to burst down the Klings. So that's one of the beauty of Klings, even though it's a range carry, but we look at its HP and damage. It's quite scary to fight against a full HP, full build Klings. Yeah. Generally, I think Orb Effects is really good on multi-shot heroes like Klings and Medusa, or even Gyro, because they are able to hit multiple units with that Orb Effect and provide debuffs to multiple heroes and not just one. But at the same time, I wouldn't roll for tier 3 Orb of Destruction. If they give me, great, but I wouldn't roll for it specifically. And for Stygon Desolator, Stygon actually I feel like it's not a cost-effective item, because if you look at Desolator, it actually provides it's 3.5k gold for 60 damage and minus 7 armor. But the next upgrade for Stygon Desolator actually costs 10k gold, right? So you're actually paying 6.5k gold for 40 damage, because it provides 100 damage and minus 12 armor. So you are paying 6.5k gold for 40 damage and minus 5 armor. So I find that it's not a very cost effective item. But of course, you can always upgrade your Dazzle to a Stygon Desolator in the late game if you feel like there's no other heroes to build and that's your luxury item, then I guess you can go for it. Yeah. but I wouldn't rush a Dazzle 2. Probably just keep it as a Dazzle 1. I think it's good enough, yeah, because it's too expensive to build a Dazzle 2. Yeah. Right, Medusa is actually a very strong hero because it can be played both as a tank and as a carry. So you're playing as a tank, what you do is that you go for an Aeon this BKB refresher, put him in the front lane. Like, okay, so let's say you have your heroes all behind. These are my heroes. My Medusa will be right in front here, because when I meet the enemy, I will immediately Stone Gaze, and then Stone Gaze is so strong because it actually stones the opponent for 3 seconds and it lasts for 8 seconds. What this means is that you have 8 seconds of time for your opponent to walk in front to get stoned by you for 3 seconds. And if you get a refresher orb, you're able to stone them for probably 4 to 5 seconds, because there might be some overlap between the two Stone Gaze, but it's still good. Not to mention, if you go for an Abaddon Scepter on Medusa, look at that, your Mystic Snakes actually stones them as well. Yeah, and this acts as like a disable against them. So Medusa is actually good against jumpers because you're able to stone them just as they are jumping. So when they jump, they probably get stoned. Yeah, it's a very good counterplay against those jumpers. If let's say the jumpers are delayed, then you might want to teleport your Medusa as well, so that they are behind your carries. Let's say here, for example. So when, let's say, the X jumps in, or the Centaur jumps in, for example, or the PA, for example, your Medusa is behind, and then when it sees them coming, you actually cast a Stone Gaze, so that upon coming in, they will get stoned as well. Yeah, so that is if you're playing Medusa as a tank or a disabler. Of course, if you're playing it as a carry, then your items will be completely different. You might not even want a BKB at all in the first place, because normally you want a damage, right? So Medusa is quite tanky, so BKB is optional. It depends on your opponent's lineup. If they have disablers on your Medusa, then you probably might want to go for BKB. But if not, you can skip the BKB. So Eye of Skadi, you want Eye of Skadi because it's able to slow the opponent, and it hits all targets as well. You want it Daedalus, Monkey King Bar, Satanic. I really like a Majorna on Medusa, because your split shot actually is able to activate the Chain Lightning on all targets. Not to mention, it provides attack speed as well. So I think the attack speed is very important, because Medusa is, as a GT carry, she is lacking attack speed. So I think Majorna provides attack speed and damage, which is really good. And also, normally your Medusa's damage output will be from physical damage. Majorna provides you with magical damage, so you're able to deal physical and magical damage, right? So your last item would be a Hurricane Pike. That's for sure. Yeah. Your neutral item, I think the best would be a Ballista. The Ballista for Medusa is really good. It increases the attack range, and you're able to knock back all the units. Yeah. Only problem is that Medusa doesn't have really strong single target damage, and it's quite expensive to build. Like you really need items for Medusa for her to shine. Yeah, so you just gotta take note of that. Yeah. But overall, Medusa is a very solid hero because of the Stone Gaze as well as the split shot. Okay, so for Meepo works differently in Dawn of War as compared to Dota. In Dawn of War, you do not have a duplicate of yourself. Instead, you duplicate items. So you duplicate one item for level 1, ulti, 2 and 3. With Abaddon Scepter, you can steal up to 4 items, including one neutral item. Including one backpack item. Backpack item as in, you normally go for an assassin medal anyway. So it would be something like that. Okay, so you will eat the Guardian Scepter on Meepo, and late game you have a refresher op and on this. Yep. So this is what you buy. Right, this is what you buy. And then you can steal 4 items like I mentioned. So the 4 items that you would actually steal, let's say this is a create another hero. Alright, so let's say you're doing X Meepo. So this X, what you normally have is Fallen Sky, don't put it here. Fallen Sky, it's Meteor Hammer. Okay, Meteor Hammer. Yeah, BKB. Okay, so you need these 3, and then the last item you can go for a Trident or something. Abyssal Blade, Fallen Sky, BKB, you can go for a Trident or an Octa Ring Core. Let's say we go for a Trident here. Yeah, okay, so your Meepo will copy these 4 items, and then yeah, you will have a Assassin Medal on X, and then Meepo will actually steal this the first 4 items here, and you got to make sure that your items are in the correct order, because let's say I have, for example, okay, so let's say my item placement is like that. It will steal the first 4 items, which means that Meepo will steal Heart, Ring Core, BKB, and Trident. So you got to make sure that you move them correctly in the right place. The first 4 items will be stolen, so you move it like that. That's when you will steal Fallen Sky, Abyssal, BKB, and Trident. So the reason why we steal Fallen Sky and Abyssal is because you have Assassin Medal, right, on their Drow Ranger. So all your Meepos and X would actually jump that hero that you assassinate, let's say that Drow Ranger, and then they will all cast his Abyssal Blade on them and start wrecking the Drow, which means that the Drow would be perma disabled, and once its BKB runs out, or most of the time you can actually catch the hero before their BKBs, and when that happens, the Fallen Sky damage plus the Abyssal Blades and the proof damage will actually obliterate the opponent carry before they can do anything. Yeah, and not to mention you get Abyssal Blade so you can knock them down. Even if they BKB, Abyssal Blade will actually pierce the BKB and they will actually be stuck there. Yeah, you can also you can try for other builds such as Jakiro Blades and Dagons. I don't find it as strong, but you can definitely go for that, Jakiro Blade and Dagon, or you can actually go for Meteor Blade, Octa Ring Core, BKB, and a Trident as well. So the opportunities are endless. Okay, the options are endless for Meepo comboing with another jumper. So this is the reason why Meepo is so OP, because you can combo Meepo with almost anything. With a Leshrac, with an X, with a Centaur, even with an Undying or anything. As long as that main hero has the 4 items, the good 4 items, Meepo copies them, you're good to go. And it's really hard to counter Meepo because you need specific counters such as you need Razor, you need Enigma, Faceless Void. Faceless Void is not a true counter because even though you are chronoing them, but you need damage output to actually kill them. So yeah, you gotta take note of that. X is a very good counter for Meepo as well. So if you're playing Meepo, you're forcing your opponent to play in a different way than they are normally playing. If you're playing attack free builds, they will get crushed by Meepo. So they are forced to change heroes to counter your lineup. That's the beauty of playing Meepo. Yeah, and it's really hard to switch multiple heroes now because the rolling cost, yes, it's fixed at 100, but every hero that you buy, once you continue rolling, is more expensive now than ever. Which means that you gotta roll early and quickly to counter Meepo. If not, if you do not have a solution for Meepo, it's really hard for you to play late game. Yeah. Okay, so for Morphling is really overpowered because of its ultimate. In Dota, the ultimate is different from Dawn of War. So in Dawn of War, what you do is that you copy one of the hero's ability while still maintaining the skill set of Morphling. So you do not actually morph into the opponent's hero, but instead you steal the opponent's best skill. What skill it steals, you just got to try it out and find out what skill it steals and what you think is the best. But because of this ability, it makes Morphling so versatile. Morphling by itself is already a really good jumper because it has 2 charges of waveform, and waveform attacks targets, which means that when you waveform against multiple targets, for example, it's also casting a right click, and orb effects could also be activated from this or Majora's Crop, for example. Yeah. So Morphling is actually a good jumper because it can jump directly to the back with waveform. I will try not to give assassin medal for Morphling, because when you have an assassin medal on Morphling, what he does is that he will actually waveform to that target, and he will just attack the target and cast waveform on the spot. Yeah. Normally you want waveform to hit as many targets as possible so that you can actually take advantage of the level 20 talent. So try not to give assassin medal on Morphling unless you really need to take down that target. Yeah. So for Morphling, item builds actually depends on what skill you copy. So if you are copying, let's say Dazzle or Savan, let's say you're copying Savan, so you normally want to go for KB, Refresher, Satanic, and then you want to go for 1 Apex, for example. Trident will be good because Adaptive Strike is magic damage, and if you get a Trident, it actually increases the amount of spell damage that you do, magic damage that you do. The spell works here, and the Kaya is good because you are agility carry, and the strength actually gives you more HP for survival as well as the status resistance. So you can go for a Trident here as well. Yeah, I normally don't go for an Ethereal Blade because you are going for right click Morphling and you need the slots for that. There are way better items to go as compared to Ethereal Blade. So for example, I might need an MKB here, or if I feel like I'm dying too fast, I might need an Aeondis, or even a Lincoln Sphere. So all this provides more utility as compared to a Ethereal Blade. And another thing is that when you Ethereal that target, you can't deal physical damage, you can't right click them. So that might backfire on you. Like you're going to kill them and then you Ethereal Blade, the guy is not dead, he casts a BKB and then he turns around with a Satanic and he might kill you instead. So there's a lot of misfortunate incidents that might happen when you cast a Ethereal Blade. So to remove all these unfortunate incidents, just go for normal damage items and survivability build. That will be safer. Yeah. So some good combos for Morphling will be Dazzle with the cooldown reduction, Savan, because you can still got strength, and you can try an Undying. I tried it before. It's quite funny. It's quite fun as well. Not the strongest, but it's quite fun. You can even go for an Enigma or Faceless Void. So you copy a Chronosphere, or you copy the Black Hole. So those are actually game-changing ultimates that you can try to copy with Morphling as well. Or you can do it with a Bounty Hunter or a Slark. When you do it with a Bounty Hunter, you will steal Jinada, so you can still go from the opponent. Or if you go for a Slark, you would steal the Essence Shift, and the Essence Shift stacks would stay with Morphling for the entire game. And once you stack enough agility, you can actually let Morphling copy. Let's say you stack agility using Slark's Essence Shift, then you can copy Savan's God Strength. And let's say you've stolen 200 agility from Essence Shift. When you cast a God Strength the next time, you will get 150% of that 200 agility, which is insane. Yeah.
Hey, what's cooking?
Yes.
Alright, so next we have is Asar Warrior. Asar is a really good tank / carry hero here. Alright, so it's a good tank because if you look at Enrage, it's 5 seconds duration. I think it's longer in Dawn of War. So during this duration, it's really quite impossible to kill Asa because you just let's put it that way. I have 2.8k HP now. When I cast my Enrage, I take 80% less damage, which means that my effective HP is 5 times of this, which is close to 15,000 HP. So you need to do 15,000 HP to me within 5 seconds to actually kill me during the Enrage form. Yeah, so it's actually really hard. So if you're playing as a tank, you can just go for an Aeon this special BKB. Aghanim you might need depends on the situation. If they are able to disable you, then you might need, or silence you might need Aghanim Scepter. If not, it's fine. Yeah, so this is probably what you play, what you build for a tank. If you're playing as a jumper, then you probably want items like so this will probably be your items if you are playing Asa as a jumper. Need an Assassin Medal as well. The neutral item is quite flexible. Even a quickening charm is good because it reduces your cooldown so that you can spam the enrich. Or you could have Pentite Sword or Giant's Ring or anything actually that provides damage. Yeah, so it's quite versatile. And when Asa actually jumps the opponent, it's quite hard to stop him because you can't disable him because he has 60% status resistance. So you can't actually stun lock him actually. It's quite difficult. So if you actually jump and assassinate the Skywrath Mage or the Klings or the Drow, most likely you'll be able to kill the target lah. Yeah. But if you're playing as a carry jumper, then you wouldn't want Asa to be in the front line. You want another tank in front, and then Asa will be behind, or you can put a delayer so that the opponent will be in front, so that the opponent has time to walk in front, and then your Asa can jump them easily. And your initial tank would be able to absorb spells, because he would act as a bait as well. Yeah.
Set upon them.
Okay, so let me introduce you to the most screwed up hero in Dawn of War. His name is Disruptor. Why is Disruptor so OP? Because if you look at the Static Storm AoE, okay, it's not that big in Dawn of War. The talent has been removed. The Static Storm AoE has been removed. Or I think it's been nerfed, sorry. But it still has a really big AoE. And if you get the Aghanim Scepter, it actually disables items as well as spells. And you know in Dawn of War we have the river, right? So let's say this is my side and this is your side. And let's say I have a tank here. My tank walks forward. I have a disruptor behind. It casts its ulti here. And then your heroes will be jammed here. Because it will actually follow up with a kinetic field as well. So when this happens, all your heroes are stuck here. They can't activate their BKBs. They are silenced. They can't cast spells. So what they do is that they just sit down there, and then if I have an OD or Lina behind, these two will cast their spells and destroy your team. The duration for Static Storm is actually quite long as well. So this is a really OP spell. When you're playing Disruptor, disable the first two spells. You don't want to Glimpse because Glimpse will actually save the opponent from the Static Storm. And you have Thunderstrike on. Sometimes it might cast this over the last two spells. Yeah, so to be safer, just disable the first two spells. Yeah, Disruptor just needs this. You need a lot of cast range, so you can go for Aether Lens. You might need a BKB or an A on this depending on the situation. So you want to cast your ulti to catch them before they catch you if they have a Disruptor. or to catch them before they start jumping. If let's say, okay, so the only counter for Disruptor is either you delay your heroes and you jump Disruptor, or you you get someone to Assassin Medal this Disruptor, like if you have a Slardar or a Speedbreaker, you can just jump Disruptor and stop him from casting. That's the best that you can do. Or another way is to play Jumper. So if you're playing Jumpers, make sure your Jumpers are in front and don't lump them up together, because Disruptor will only cast his ulti when it detects two or more units. If you have one unit, then it wouldn't cast his ulti. So you just pick Jumpers, but then you spread them out so that Disruptor will not cast his ulti so quickly. And then you jump them directly, so that even if Disruptor casts his ulti, their teammates are actually busy with your Jumper, so they can't actually do damage while they are stuck in the Static Storm. And once Static Storm is over, Disruptor is useless. You can actually kill his entire team. So it's more of getting a Jumper to distract your opponent's team while your teammate are stuck in the Static Storm. Because if you don't have a Jumper and then it casts his Static Storm, all your units will be stuck here, and then his backline heroes will just walk forward and destroy you. But if you have a Jumper, your Jumper will actually distract your opponent, and they'll be attacking your Jumper instead of your heroes. Yeah. So Disruptor is really good against spellcasters and attack free heroes, but not that good against Jumpers, depending on how you position. So there's a chance that if you're playing against Jumpers, they might crush you. You gotta make sure that your positioning is correct. They also gotta make sure that your positioning is correct. Another way to counter is by putting two tanks in front, or don't have to be two tanks, two units. So something like that. Once Disruptor senses that there are two units in front, you will cast his ulti directly, no matter the situation. But if there's only one unit, you wouldn't cast. So that's what you need to know. So one way is to get low level heroes to put in front. You give him an ear on this so that they can tank through the first two ultimates, and then your heroes will be safe behind. So what you do is that you put the two tanks in front. Do not even have to be tanks, can be agility heroes, even better, because Disruptor will cast an ulti targeting agility heroes and intel heroes first. Then your main heroes will be behind. You can delay them with a follow medal. So you cast this ulti here, and then by the time your heroes are actually walking forward, the second ulti is going to be over soon. So that's when you are safe. But if the opponent's Disruptor is smart, what they do is they'll do a delayer as well for the Disruptor, or they can even do a teleporter as well if they realize that you are doing a delaying strat to protect your backline. So these are all mind games. So that's when sometimes you might want to go for a smoke of deceit to conceal your items. Like when you go for a smoke, it actually stops your opponent from looking at your bench, because it turns all your characters, all your heroes invis. So in this case, you can play mind games with the opponent, because your opponent do not know if you are playing just a delayer or just a delayer and teleporter for your heroes. Of course, it makes a lot of difference. If you put a delayer and your opponent doesn't have a delayer, you will most likely win the fight, because your Disruptor will cast his ulti on most of the heroes there. Yeah. But then if you do not have a delayer and your opponent has delayer and teleporter, you get baited, and your Disruptor will cast ulti on these two units straight up, and you will lose the fight, because by the time they come in, the ultis are gone. So it's a lot of mind games when it comes to Disruptor. So that's why not just ban Disruptor straight out, or ban Disruptor straight out, and you can save yourself the headache. Alright, so moving on. Alright, so Warlord, its strength comes in the first two spells and the ulti. Third spell is normally disabled because it's a useless spell, so disable up hero. Warlord is very good from early to mid game because of its golem. Pagani Refresher, it will cast its ulti, Fatal Bonds, refresh, and it will just repeat that again. So the golems are actually really strong early to mid game because of its he has Flaming Fist and Immolation, not to mention the talent tree, 20 armor plus 80 magic resistance. So normally I always go for free reset ability, right? And I will always reset my ability for Warlock depending on who I fight against. If I'm fighting against an opponent with really high magic damage, I will go for magic resistance. If they have high physical damage, I will roll for golems. Roll for armor on the golems instead. So this is obviously before the tomb start dropping. But once the tomb drop, I will normally give the first tomb to Warlock so that you have both armor as well as spell resistance. So the reason why Warlock is so good is because early to mid game, you just need 2 items. These are really cheap items, and you can just go for a mango. Okay, or if you want to, just go for magic wand. Disable this spell, the third spell, sorry, and then you have enough mana to cast its double ultimate. Yeah, the rocks are actually very strong against early game heroes. Yeah. And then for the late game, you can actually remove your Agani Refresher and actually transfer them to other heroes instead, because when you realize that your golems are dying too fast, then there's no reason to use Warlock for its golem anymore. You can just remove it. But it's still useful, you can still keep Warlock on the field because of this. Yeah, as you can see, he has a AoE heal here. And AoE heals a lot of HP. 70 HP per second for 10 seconds, that's 700 HP. And if you get a Holy Locket, that's an additional 30%, which means that it's close to 1k HP regen for 10 seconds. Not to mention it has Fatal Bonds as well. Fatal Bonds, you are able to bind targets together and do shed damage. Yeah, so its first skill is really OP, as well as the second spell is a good healing for your team. For the heal, you definitely need a attack free medal or follow medal so that it does not walk forward and just die. Yeah, so you can go for attack free medal here. With a Holy Locket and this. Yep. So the reason why Warlock is here is that it's very versatile and very useful throughout the entire game. Yeah.
War is an equation. Death a solution.
Winds beating.
Alright, so the next hero we have is Winter Wyvern. Winter Wyvern is really good. Obviously for its ultimate, Winter's Curse. Winter's Curse is a really long duration stun that pierces the opponent's magic immunity as well. Okay, so if your opponent has BKB, let's see for example. Okay, let's say if they don't have BKB, you'll be forced to attack the opponent, right? So that's what happened. You are able to do damage to it as well, so it's good. Let's say if I have a BKB here. Sorry. Should be the other way around. Yeah, so if you have a BKB, opponent has a BKB, the unit with the BKB wouldn't be able to attack. Yeah, it wouldn't be taunted to attack that curse target if you have a BKB on. But it doesn't matter because you are able to pierce through the BKB and actually stun them. So that's the important part of Winter Wyvern. Normally you pick Winter Wyvern just for this purpose, and it's actually really strong. You also go for Refresher. This BKB. Most of the time you will need to go for Lincolns as well, because opponents might have a Lotus Orb or something, so if a Lotus Orb you reflect it and then you just die. But other than that, Winter Wyvern is a very good support as well, because with Core Embrace you are able to heal your opponent up by a lot of HP, and also Splinter Blast with the talent. It has a 1.5 second stun talent, and it has a really short cooldown as well. Yeah. Not to mention if you get a Gunning Shot, you can see there, reduces cooldown, and once the cold embrace ends, it actually spits out a splitter blast as well, and it stuns. Yeah. So you will need an assassin medal with this hero. If not, you get baited. So when you're playing Winter Wyvern, be careful, because if your opponent has a jumper like Abaddon or Wraith King, you generally do not want to assassin medal those heroes because they are too tanky, or they are just baits. They're just here to bait your spells out, so you gotta be careful. Assassin medal will actually allow you to target who you want to actually Winter's Curse on. Normally, if you want to Winter's Curse the opponent's carry, that's good as well. You need an Ether Lens and a dagger, so you can actually jump in and actually ulti the Drow Ranger or the support if you want to, and then everyone around it will be forced to attack their target. Yeah. You can actually try playing Winter Wyvern as a carry also, because with the Aghanim Shard, with the Aghanim, you're able to have permanent uptime on the Winter Wyvern's Arctic Burn, and the attack range you see there is a million. Okay, that's a bug. Yeah, I'm not sure why is there a bug there. Yeah, Valve need to fix this. Anyway, he has really high attack range with Aghanim. So yeah, as you can see, the attack range is really high. So you can actually use Winter Wyvern to play him as a carry as well, to take advantage of his Arctic Burn as well as its attack range. Yeah. He's very versatile. You can pick him in almost any lineup. Yeah, so that's why he's in the S tier. Alright, so we have the last two heroes here. We have Witch Doctor here. Alright, so Witch Doctor can be played in two ways. The first way is playing him as a magic carry. If you're playing as a magic carry, all you need is PB, Refresher, Aghanim, very important. You might need an Aeon or an Enigma as well. So you would Glimmer and ulti. Yeah, so that is his role. And ultimate lasts for 8 seconds. Previously it was 5, so it has been buffed in Dawn of War. 8 seconds ulti is a lot of damage actually. He will be countered by Omni Knight, because Omni Knight during the Guardian Angel, your damage is physical. As you can see there, it's physical damage, which means that Omni Knight's Guardian Angel would render you useless. Okay, in that case you might want to delay your Witch Doctor. Or another way of delaying your Witch Doctor is by going for a Aghanim Shard, because what happens when you do this is that you cast its Death Ward first, Voodoo Switcheroo first, before casting its main ulti. So that is a good way to combat Omni Knight as well. The damage done by Death Ward is actually insane. So you can use him to carry you in the early to the mid game. Yeah. And another thing to take note is that if you're fighting against heroes like Warlock and Silencer, you gotta be careful, because these two heroes can cancel your ultimates. Warlock, I didn't mention before, but Warlock's Golem actually pierces BKB, so you are able to stop Witch Doctor's ulti. And Global Silence pierces BKB as well, so even if you have BKB, your BKB and your ulti, Global Silence comes in, your ultimate will stop. So you gotta be careful of these two counters. But other than that, Witch Doctor is a really solid hero for carry. So if you are going to play as a support, you will need Aeon this, Holy Locket, Dreamer Kit, and then an attack free medal as well. Or actually a follow medal will be better maybe. Yeah. why is he a good support? Because as you can see, he has a paralyzing cast which is able to stun the opponent. It's sort of like a pseudo AoE stun, if you will. And he has a melodic which has quite a big okay, the range is actually quite small, but it's actually really useful. But the main thing is its second spell, the Voodoo Switcheroo. It has a flat 40 heal per second, but it's boosted by Holy Locket, and it has 1.5% max health voodoo restoration, max health restoration. Yeah, so this is what makes Witch Doctor so good as a support, because it's half offensive, half defensive. You're able to do damage with this, damage with that. This is a good disable. This is good damage, and this is a very good heal as well. Yeah, so his Witch Doctor's spells is actually quite decent. Even if the opponents are jumping you, he would, as long as this spell is on, you'll be healing quite a lot. So it'll be difficult for the opponent to actually kill you as well. Yeah.
I'll chase away the odds.
Alright, so last but not least, we have Sniper. Okay, so first thing is, do not underestimate Sniper, because in Dawn of War, Sniper's Shrapnel actually deals a lot of damage. It deals 100 damage, I think. 100 damage or more, I think. Yeah, 125 damage actually. 65 damage plus its level 20 talent is plus 60 damage, which is kind of different from Dota. So Dawn of War Shrapnel does 125 damage in a big AoE. So Sniper is a really strong early game hero because of the Shrapnel. And mid to late game you have Assassinate. With a Guardian Scepter, you actually disables the opponent as well. And also take note that Sniper has a cooldown reduction talent, which means that he's able to stun the opponent for more than 50% of the time. With Altering Call, your cooldown is 6.4 seconds. And if you go for Scalpism, it's 5.2 seconds cooldown on Assassinate with a 1.5 seconds stun. But in Dawn of War, I think it's 2.5 or 3.5. Basically, I think it's 3 seconds. Sorry. So you have a higher stun duration in Dawn of War for Sniper. One thing to take note is that your ultimate would always aim the furthest range target. It will not aim the melee hero. Let's say there's an Undying jumping towards you, or a Slardar jumping towards you. You will not ulti that target unless there's no vision. You will always aim the back hero, maybe the Drow Ranger, the Witch Doctor, or the Warlord. Unless it's a front lane hero, and yeah, unless the opponent's front lane, unless the battle just started, your Sniper is here, opponent's front lane hero is here, there's no range hero inside within your 3k cast range AoE, so you would aim the first target here, which is the tank. So that's one way to disable the opponent's tank. Use a Sniper, and then you will disable the tank here. Yeah, so Sniper's ultimate is very strong. I think I covered that. And then we have the Shrapnel, which has really high magic damage early game. Late game isn't that strong because damage is fixed, but the Shrapnel's slow effect is really good. Helps to kite opponent. And it has Take Aim, which has bonus attack range, which is quite insane, so that you will always be safe. One thing to take note is that it gives you headshot as well during the Take Aim duration. I think it's 100% headshot. Sorry, it gives you True Strike and 30% headshot chance. So the cooldown is shorter for Take Aim in Dawn of War, which means that you do not have to buy MKB because you have True Strike with Take Aim. So that's a very good thing about Sniper. Again, you don't need MKB for Sniper because your third spell gives you True Strike. Yep. Okay, so how we normally play Sniper is we go for a magic build for a Sniper, and then we would kite the opponent. We go for Wind Race. Aghanim Scepter, Bloodstone, Factoring Core, and Aghanim Shard. So these items is the core items for Sniper. How this works is that you cast your Shrapnel and you spam your Shrapnel and your Assassinate and right click them. And when your opponent comes close, what happens is you will actually cast Force Boots and Concussive Grenade. Upon casting Concussive Grenade, you see that you actually jump backwards. And you actually disarm your opponent as well as slow them. Yeah. So you always be behind. It's really hard to catch the Sniper unless you assassin meddle him. It's not good to play traditional carries like Templar against Sniper, Templar, Klings, those heroes that wants to stand their ground, because Sniper will always be running back and disabling you with the Shrapnel Concussive Grenade as well as Assassinate. Remember I mentioned that Assassinate will always aim the opponent's range unit. So if it hits your carries, your carry will just be sitting down there doing nothing. Sniper is really good against those heroes that need to stand and fight, because he can kite the opponent. Yeah, so once you got these 4 items, you can actually decide what you want to do. You want to go for more damage? Sure, you can eat Aghanim. You can go for Gleipnir, for example. You want to go for Daedalus? Sure. I normally don't go for Satanic because you have a Bloodstone and you deal quite a decent amount of magic damage. So you have enough survivability. Yeah, last item if you want a BKB, or if you need another Abyssal Blade is fine as well, because Sniper has cooldown reduction talent. With Factoring Core, Abyssal Blade cooldown is really short. Or if you need a Nullifier as well, it's fine. Yeah, so I like to go for active items on the Sniper. Maybe something like that. Yeah. So it's really hard to kill Sniper like this kind of items because he will keep jumping back. Unless you have like a PA or Servant jumping in and actually sniping off, or a Spirit Breaker or Slardar. Yeah. So Sniper can be your core hero in an attack free lineup because you can follow Sniper. He has high cast range, high attack range, and everyone will just be following him behind, and yeah, he can let Sniper do his job, jumping back and actually kiting the opponent. If they get too close, Abyssal Blade will stop them, and Nullifier would actually break their Aeon Disc as well. If you are playing Spirit Breaker, this would be a good counter as well, because Abyssal Blade short cooldown on Sniper, and when you try to teleport away, there's a chance that Sniper would break your TP. Yeah. So that's why Sniper is an S tier hero. Good damage early game, good disabler early to mid game, can transition well into a late game, and can kite traditional carries well. The only problem is you're afraid of jumpers, that's all. Okay, so I think I've covered most heroes now. Okay, so I think there's one hero that I want to change here, which is Arc Warden. Right, so let me just, this is the last hero that I'll be going through, and then I'll just be opening up for some questions if you guys have any. So for Arc Warden, he has been changed recently. Instead of creating a Tempest double, you would actually, it has been replaced with Revive Hero, and the level 25 talent, instead of Tempest double duration, it has been changed to Reviving would actually refresh, you know, all the heroes, the revived hero spells as well. So if let's say you have a Tide Hunter that died, you use Arc Warden to revive the Tide Hunter. The Tide Hunter's Ravage would be refreshed, and you will be able to cast it again. Yeah. But the overpowered thing about Arc Warden obviously is the ultimate, because you're able to revive hero. That's a unheard of thing in Dota and Dawn of War. So in Dawn of War, you know, you can have Aegis drops, and you can have Aegis on your carry, but you'll be taking up a slot, and then you have your main item in your backpack, right? So that is one way you can have Aegis in Dawn of War. But now with Arc Warden, we have free Aegis because you're able to revive heroes. So what you do with this hero is that you go for Aghanim Shard, because Aghanim Shard gives you magic resistance inside magnetic field. You disable the first spell and the third spell, because those are not that useful, so you only have the second and fourth spell. With the Shadow Blade, because Shadow Blade has a lower cooldown in Dawn of War, so you'll be able to stay in this permanently unless you cast spells. So you'll be Shadow Blade form. You cast a magnetic field and then you stay in Shadow Blade, and you only come out when you cast spells, right? So you either cast the second or the ultimate. And then when you revive a hero, it's completely random. So that's why when you're playing an Arc Warden build, you want to make sure that you either have a strong jumper so that your opponents are not able to touch you in the backline. So that when your jumper dies, you revive the jumper, and the jumper must have items, so that you revive a full build items, a full build hero, as compared to a hero with no items. Yeah. So how much value you get out of the revive depends on what hero he's reviving, right? If all your heroes are strong, has items, then you'll be good, because it doesn't matter who you revive, because you'll be worth it. That's why you need to play as little heroes as possible. Maybe get a level 21, go for 5 heroes, that's it. Do not try to play more, because you don't want Arc Warden to be reviving more useless heroes. Yeah. Unless you can build them up, then it's fine. Another thing is that Arc Warden normally isn't that good for 2v2s, because your opponent might not know your strategy and you might revive their low leveled heroes, or their heroes with just no items that die too quickly. And in that case, it's not good, because you have Aeon's Refresher and Shadow Blade, and then you're reviving a hero which is not that useful in the team fight. So, and then you probably die again. So probably you take him out in the 1v1 stage, and you know that Arc Warden is going to revive a useful hero, then you'll be good. Yeah, it's basically 2 free AGs for your heroes. Imagine your PA or your Servant jumps in, dies, comes back, revives, goes in, dies again, and get revives again. The same hero can be revived twice, and all your spells are refreshed. It doesn't refresh items, but it refreshes your spells, which is good enough. Yeah. Imagine Centaur getting 3 lives, or Undying getting 3 lives. The possibilities are endless. So yeah, it's too overpowered. Currently, Arc Warden needs to be nerfed. Alright, so I think I've covered all the heroes so far. I'll just take a break, 5 minutes break, and leave it open for you guys to ask any questions. After that, I will close my stream. Yeah, so thanks guys for watching. Thanks for the comment. Glad you guys enjoy it. Yeah, so does Arc Warden refresh Undying Reincarnation? Unfortunately, I don't think it does, because even if you have a refresher orb and you cast a refresher orb after Undying dies, it doesn't refresh the reincarnation cooldown. Yeah, so the reincarnation has a fixed timer for Undying. Yeah, as compared to Wraith King, because Wraith King's reincarnation is a spell, but Undying's reincarnation is actually a status, so it doesn't work that way for Undying. Yeah, you'll only refresh its first 4 spells, which is Tombstone, Decay, Soul Rip, and Flesh Golem. Yep. I think 3 heroes is a bit difficult. 2 heroes is still probable, so you can have like a level a 10 and level 15 for example. But once you get the 3rd unit, you would probably combine, because even if you keep the level 10 unit on the field, and sorry, level 15 unit on the field, and then you have a level 10 in your stash. Now next one is level 10. You will have a level 15 and a level 10 on the in your field, and a level 10 in your stash, right? And if you purchase the level 10 unit from your stash onto your field, you combine to level 20. So I think the most you could do is two of them. I don't think you can do 3 units, 3 heroes of the same unit on the field. Yeah, but 2 is definitely probable. And sometimes you can abuse that, because let's say you have a level 15 and level 20, level 15 and level 20 Zeus, level 15 and level 20 Nature's Prophet. So that is a lot of items actually. That's a lot of burst damage, for example. I think the recent patch has patched it in a sense where, let me just take a look at the patch. Yeah, so fix the problem that it's possible to combine 2 of level 25 same heroes, and when the same hero of level 25 is already met or exists, Tomb of Upgrade can no longer be used on this hero below level 25. So I think this exploit has been fixed. So this exploit, I don't think is working right now. But yeah, that's a cool idea actually. Now that Tomb can be used on heroes below level 25 to boost them up. Yeah, and actually that's a good strategy, because now rolling is so expensive for heroes. So if your hero is not reliant on the both sides of the talent tree, yeah, you can probably get away with a low level hero and just boosting it for Tomb later instead of rolling it to level 25, which should cost you quite a lot to go. Yep. Yep, no problem. So anyone has any final questions? Alright, so thanks guys for watching my stream. It's been a long day. Hope you guys enjoyed, and hope it helps you in your game, in your future games. Alright, so I'm going to be offing my stream for now. Alright, thanks for watching guys. Bye.